RJ, it is finally here. Draft
Yes,
night. I'm so pumped for this.
absolutely. Me too. And I want to start off with a question to you, Dylan. Of course, you being the former scout, I know you live for this
hmm
day. Of all the days on the calendar, the whole year, birthday, Christmas, everything, where does this one rank? Draft day, NHL draft day.
It's I mean, it might be number one, right? Like, how could it not be? It's so much more exciting than those other days. At least now that I'm an adult. I saw someone talking the other day about things like Christmas and about how, like, yeah, of course, Christmas, doesn't have the same feeling as when you were young. You used to get stuff, now you have to give stuff. Like, it's this though.
Such
It's
a
just
bad deal. Yep.
I know this just gives every year. It's just absolutely the best. See the next generation of NHL stars and all the stuff that I'm sure Espen's saying right now on the broadcast, but it is all true. All the superlatives that you want to give it, I think they're all warranted.
Yes, absolutely. So excited for what's going to be an exciting first round. And yeah, the Kraken in it again this year
hmm
with a high pick.
Yeah, no, it should be fun. Chance for them to keep building that prospect pool, keep building that future generation of success for the NHL in Seattle. It's going to be really, really awesome. And real quick, just want to give a shout out to everybody who's already in chat, already up to 29 people watching. It's so nice
Awesome.
to see everybody again. Those of you that maybe aren't on the Discord or haven't been talking with us on Twitter, but since we've been, there's been no hockey to be on here and talk with everybody about. It's nice to see everyone, and it should be a fun night for us all.
Yeah, for sure. Glad we got all these people in here. Let's see. I only see 5 likes so far though. So reminder, like the stream if you're
Yes.
on here, so
Yes,
other hockey fans can find it.
exactly. Yeah, no, it's good to see everybody. Seems like everybody's just super pumped. Uh, I like this one from Four Horsemen. Dylan told me Kamel is good, and Dylan I trust. That's right. Kamel is good.
In Dylan we all trust. I think I speak for all of us.
Yeah, well, we were talking earlier, RJ, about nerves going into this. I think the only thing that's making me nervous is the chance that if after the Kraken pick at 4, if it's not a goalie and don't say something about how they should have drafted a goalie, Medeiros and Striatic might lead an army of goaltenders after me. That's that is a legitimate fear I have. Um, Alex, wait, there's a Discord. Yes, there is a Discord. We launched the ECH Discord a month ago, about
Yeah, about a
for
month
the
ago
for the
now.
playoffs and stuff. So yeah, check that out. Let me see if there's a link in the description or not. There is not. Let me see if I can get
And we changed
on.
that.
Yeah, you might be in a better
We
spot to change it than me. Let me see.
Yeah, we'll see.
I need to get into the
But anyway,
Twitter. Yeah.
I'll let Dylan work on this for a second. Yes, there is a Discord. It has been awesome. Lots of great hockey, Kraken conversation there, and even some non-hockey stuff. It's just been great. Definitely recommend joining the Discord. Dylan is working to get a link in the description. Yeah, as Rebecca says, Discord is popping. It sure is. Um, yes. Stu asking Discord. Yes, we will make sure to get a link here ready to go so you can join the Discord. Um, but yeah, it has been awesome, and I'm sure we're gonna just even get more people after this. Yeah, so happy with how you guys have really embraced that and made it such an awesome community place too, because it's not the kind of thing that Dylan and I could just do by ourselves. It really takes the community, and you guys have really gone and ran with it. So that is great. Um, let's see, looking at chat here. Lindsay asking for final predictions. Lock them in 1 through 5. We will do that once Dylan's done with that. We will definitely make sure to get some predictions out before the draft starts. But as I can see, we're
I was
still
gonna
on
say.
like commercial break before the draft.
I was gonna say I could lock that one in. Shane Wright's still going number one. I don't care what's said.
Yeah,
That's what's happening.
I'm gonna go. Yeah, Wright 1, Slavkovsky 2, Cooley 3, Nemitz 4, and Juracek 5. We'll
Yeah,
go with the boring route because I mean, come on, that's just what happens usually.
yeah, exactly. I just think that's where it's going. I think 5 is where things can get interesting. I talked about it in the mock draft, right? Like, Fletcher has a history of going the European route and picking Finns and stuff. So I think Kamel is in play for the Flyers. But I could
Mm-hmm.
also see, obviously Juracek going there. That would make a lot of sense for the Flyers. And what's his name? Cutter. Cutter
Gauthier,
Gauthier,
yep.
yeah, I could see them just falling in love with his size. Although I do think that there is going to be concern about his like ability to stay at center and all of that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's a lot of concerns there, with how he kind of projects going forward, as you've pointed out. But some team is going to fall in love with that size, that speed combo, that's just so rare. We've seen teams talking about that with Slavkovsky. It's so tough to find, and some teams going to love it. The key is who. I think that's going to be the big wild card in this year's draft, and that could really shake things up. Maybe it's even Arizona at 3. You don't know. So yeah, we'll see what we got here. All right. Gary Bettman coming to the stage.
All right, and
oh, the booze. He said, bring it
yeah,
on.
bring on the booze.
Love that from the commissioner Bettman here.
All right, hopefully the link I used there works. Yeah, I just put it at the top of the description for everybody.
Awesome. Yep. Put it in the top of the description. Gonna refresh, see if I see it.
It's hard because I'm using it to talk to you right now, Discord, RJ. So.
Yep. Yes, I see it. I see the link there. I know. You have to go off the call. Yeah. Yes, the link is there. Hopefully that works.
All right.
Let us know.
Yeah. Cody Bettman speaking French is rough. I'm not sure I've ever heard him speak French, RJ.
I know. This is the first time I think that I've heard him attempt to speak French. Good effort. It's not easy. As someone who took a few years of French in high school, it is not easy.
No, and you're infinitely better than me. Talked about it on the Discord with some people doing that, doing the mock draft. The French is what always gives me the problems. Give me the Scandinavian extra vowels, like I'll handle it, all that stuff. Just, oh man, the French always gets me.
You should have had me tag in for the French names on that mock draft video. No one would notice, just the voice, have my voice come in.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, should be good. Yeah, wow, 54 people in here already. Awesome. So happy to have everybody for this. Super, super pumped. So yeah, again, we're not really expecting any surprises up front. You and I have been through this several years now, RJ. The draft, you hear all the stories going into it, then more often than not, certainly up in the top 3, 5, it all just kind of shakes out the way you think it will.
Yeah, it certainly is like that most years. We'll see if we get any surprises this year, but I think we've got to default to that. All right, let's see. Alex says he's getting invalid error.
All right, I had to go to Twitter and pull one of those links from way back.
Okay. So. Okay, yeah, because sometimes those only last for 7 days. Yeah. I posted a link there. I'm not sure if you can copy it or what's going on in the chat. I'm not even seeing it in the chat. All right, well. I
was going to say, if you email it to me, RJ, then I could put it in, but I just can't pull it because we're on Discord right now.
Sure, I'll email it to you. Take me 5 seconds.
All right, cool. That's the way we'll handle that.
Gotta think on the fly during the draft.
I know. Valentina, French is easy. You don't even have to speak all the letters.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. But sometimes you do. And that's where
it'll get you, where you do have to say the letters.
Those are the times. Oh, man.
All right, Gary's still talking. All right.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of these things. I was trying to remember exactly how long everything took for these in-person drafts, right? We were talking with people about that, about when things will actually start happening, when the Kraken's pick might be and all that stuff. And whenever they have the in-person drafts, for those of you that haven't maybe watched one before, after each pick they have the prospect walk down out of the crowd, go down on the draft floor, go up to the stage, put on the jersey, take the pictures with all the team representatives there, all that kind of stuff. And so it does take a little while, as you do things at these drafts that are in person, unlike last year where it was just pretty, all right, let's just pump these things out. So my guess was that the draft's probably going to realistically start at 4:30, and we'll see. That's when we'll see Montreal make their first pick, and then from there, give it between 7 and 10 minutes per each pick after that, at least until you get into the 20s.
Yep.
Because then everybody just wants to get out of there. The teams.
Yep. Okay, this is all in French. I see Martin Lafleur, Guy Lafleur's son, speaking here.
Yeah. Yeah, so obviously honoring some of the greats that have passed away
Yeah.
over this past year. Makes sense. Glad to see that they're doing that. History of the game is always important.
Yep. And good they had a moment of silence for Brian Marchment, who
Yes.
unfortunately passed away a couple
So,
days ago.
yeah.
Surprisingly, yeah. I mean, very young, and it's
Hmm.
just a sad story around the league.
Yeah. Um, but that hasn't been the only news, RJ. As I see
Hmm.
Michael putting in chat here, Freeman says Islanders are working on a JT Miller trade involving the 13th
Ooh,
overall pick. So
that
yes,
is
it'll
interesting.
be interesting to see if we see JT Miller traded today. I knew that there was also rumblings a little while ago about the Rangers maybe trying to get him.
Hmm.
It'll be interesting to see if that happens. Let's see. So that one would be important, and then obviously we saw the Alex DeBrincat trade finally happen. Lots of speculation about that and where he might end up going, what the return would be, whether or not the Kraken should be involved in trading for him. We now know Alex DeBrincat going to Ottawa for the 7th and 39th overall picks this year, and then a third next
Yep.
year. So nice return for Chicago. You could argue about whether or not it's worth it for someone is 24 and can score 40 goals in the league. It's I don't know what Chicago is realistically doing, to be honest. Like, you know, you give all that money to Seth Jones last year and everything to make all that happen, only then turn around and trade, your young star player this year. I just don't get it.
They're in a bad situation. I think they're very much regretting the Seth Jones deal at this point and are just trying to sell off everything at the moment.
Yeah. So that was one. Yes, we did see the other one. We saw the Avalanche trading for Georgiev. That's going to be an interesting one. Obviously, you know, it it settles things. Kemper is walking. He's going to walk into free agency after the Cup win. We'll see what team he lands on. But the Avs just kind of keeping it rolling. I thought that was a fantastic trade for them because what was it? It was like a third and a fifth this year and a third next year, I think.
Yep, that was what the trade was. Yeah, and
Yeah.
I mean, a great deal for them. I'm a proponent of going cheap in net. I think he's going to be a better option than paying Kemper what he's going to command on the open market or anything close to that. And also, I mean, Kemper wasn't all that good in the Cup run. I mean, we've seen the stats. He was the only goalie with a negative goal save above expected to win a Stanley Cup since the stat was taken. So I think you can probably get that level of goaltending elsewhere from Georgiev.
Yeah, I believe you can. And he was deserving of, I think, you know, certainly being in starter conversation. It's just stuck behind Shesterkin. What are you supposed to do, right? Like,
Yeah,
it's like the worst place
exactly.
to be. So there was that one. There was the Flower staying in Minnesota. It sounds like that one's interesting too. Although he did really seem to like it there.
Yeah, definitely. It seemed like he was having a good time, and of course, the organization would want to bring him back. I mean, who wouldn't?
Yeah.
So good they get something done there. Oh, Martin St. Louis
Yep.
getting a big cheer from the crowd.
Deservedly so.
Yep.
Really excited to see what he can do with this team with a full season. Like I think it's going to be exciting. We talked a lot all through last year on like the Red Glare podcast and stuff about just the insane amount of injuries that they had. That's not going to happen again, most likely. So I do think that
Hmm.
this year is going to be a rebound for Montreal. But along the way, you take some lumps and you get the first overall pick, right?
Yep, exactly. Oh man, this is great. The Ole chants from the
Let's
crowd.
go.
Oh, I love this Montreal atmosphere.
Yeah. Uh, it's gonna be interesting, especially if they
A little
do
different
decide.
than the draft in Sunrise, Florida. Nothing against that. It was a fun time, but I think probably a little different being in that building.
Yeah, it was such a great bus ride at 6 in the morning out to the concrete slab in the middle of a swamp. Go watch a draft take place.
Yep. Hey, at least the Lucic trade broke during the bus ride, so we had something to talk about.
And the Martin Jones trade, or was that day two?
It's the same deal. I mean,
Yeah, that's true. Um, yeah, there was lots of stuff around that. That was fun.
yep.
But yeah, I'm just happy to see the drafts in person again. Just because I know the atmosphere there for fans, for media members, for certainly the prospects and the teams involved. I was wondering if we were going to see more movement even than what we've seen already today, just because all the GMs are like together again. going to all the meetings and being in all the same rooms at the hotels, and then being here on the draft floor, and just the fact that they've missed out on that for a little while now, if they were just going to feel, compelled to do something now that they could.
Yeah, but come on, these are NHL GMs. The last thing they ever want to do is make a trade or make some kind of exciting move. If it was up to them, they would do absolutely nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Um, so it's going to be interesting to see how all that stuff shakes out. But like I said, I'm just excited to see them all there again, see those draft tables again, filled with all the team execs, all the scouts.
Yeah, there's nothing like it in all of sports, really, where everyone, the entire hockey world, is just together on one draft floor.
Yeah, exactly. So, do want to give a shout out to chat, just for everybody being so active in it and everything. And this was something I thought about earlier, is as we go, things are gonna happen. Everybody's gonna be reacting. Obviously, probably not gonna be able to do what we do on the post game lives, where I could read through everybody's comment and question and everything. So just heads up for that. If you ask something and one of us misses it, just post it again or something like that. I'm gonna do my best just to keep updated on the chat as we go, so that it's not like we're answering picks that where the next one has already happened and everything. If you really need to get our attention, just put 5 question marks behind your question. Yep. but if you're just messing with us, put only 4 or put 6, and then I'll just look for that difference as I'm quickly going through things to know which
easy
ones
on the
important.
Little scan there. Yep. Yeah. So and feel free to re-up something if we missed it. We are trying our best. I promise. There's just a lot, going on to cover. Dylan, okay, real quick, how many tabs do you have open right now? How many tabs? How many windows?
I have a lot. So I've got the main rig running the stream and all that kind of stuff, and then I have my laptop here where I've got the draft stream. I've got my notes on the prospects up. I've got anything I need to do for graphics if we decide to do that. But yeah, there's lots of tabs, at least 30 on this laptop.
Yeah, that's yeah, I think I got at least 15 myself, but I'm sure you're ahead of me there.
Yes. No, don't even speak them into existence, Ty, talking about the bots in here. Get out of here, Ty.
Yeah, no. Oh man. We'll see him at some point.
And we got Braun on the way to the Mariners game, but wearing a Kraken jersey to represent. Love it, love it. Have fun at the game.
There you go.
Yeah. No,
he's still trying to speak more French.
Oh, here we go. I thought about that too, and I didn't want to say anything, but this draft might then also take a little bit longer if every team decides to go that route.
They might.
Just because you're having to say everything twice, it will take longer.
Yep. Friedman says, cool. As we wait for the first pick, not sure of all the particulars, but believe something is up with Vancouver and New York Islanders. So it looks like that trade might come together. That was 25 seconds ago.
I did say in my mock, Lou Lamoriello is the hardest guy to mock around. He's always got something up his sleeve, so this would certainly play into that.
All right, Habs are on the clock as we go to commercial.
Yeah. So that's the best way to do it, right? But it's still wild to me seeing all this on ESPN.
Yeah. It's got a different feel, doesn't it?
Completely. It's so weird. And I'm not even listening with sound or anything. It's just seeing the ESPN logo there. I'll say it the right way for everybody. Seeing that logo down there and everything, it's interesting.
All right, Dylan, real quick question for you though. What should first overall pick, from all the scenarios you've seen, what should we be rooting for? If we want the Kraken to be able to get maybe a Cooley or someone to fall to them, what pick do we want here?
Well, I guess then we want, we want it to be someone that isn't either Shane Wright, Juraj Slafkovsky, or Logan Cooley, because that guarantees one of them falling to 4. So it's a big stretch to be like, hey, let's have Neves go number 1 or something.
Well, I think Kent Hughes already narrowed it down to those 3, so it's going to be one of those.
I was gonna say. So I don't know that things change. I guess I don't know. I don't see any way realistically in which one of those 3 falls to the Kraken. Maybe Slafkovsky if teams really have their concerns about him, in which case maybe Ron Francis also has those concerns.
I think probably we would want Shane Wright, because then Slafkovsky probably going 2, and then the Coyotes, I don't know, just maybe they like one of the defensemen or something. At least they can be the wild card. Or Cutter Gauthier.
You know what? The thing that would throw it all out of whack is if Logan Cooley goes 1. If Logan
Yeah.
Cooley goes 1, the Devils are going to be fielding calls, as we know that they have been all along, and then
Mm-hmm.
all bets are off, because you not only have the Devils potentially open to a trade, you'd also have Arizona potentially open to a trade if the guy that they want isn't there at 3, but Wright or Slavkovsky's still available. And at that point, everything's off. I still think those 3 guys are going, but I think that's what would lead to the most exciting, draft possible. And if there's a chance then that also maybe if Ron Francis really wants one of them, you make a deal and you move up to 3 or something.
Yeah. Whoa, Bob McKenzie spoiling the draft.
Oh
my goodness. Should I say it?
I don't know. Chat, let us know. How about you just whisper it to me, RJ, so no one else can hear?
All right, Dylan.
I see a jersey in hand from
Yep.
Montreal. I'm assuming this is about who the pick is.
Yes. Yeah, it's the eyes emoji, yeah.
All right. I have a feeling it looks like people don't want leaks in chat, so
okay, no leaks in chat. Got it. Okay.
Don't
we'll wait until it goes on the broadcast.
Don't say it out loud. I'm not gonna look it up either. I'll wait and be surprised, especially.
Yeah, sorry, I've already been spoiled on this.
I was gonna say. Well, now we got stuff in chat too, so maybe that's
okay. Well, all right. So leaks in chat apparently.
The important thing is it wasn't us. We listened.
Yep. Okay, now that it's in chat, we can talk about it, right?
Yeah, I mean, assuming that that's what that name in chat means. I mean,
it is.
Okay, so that's it wasn't unthinkable, right? I certainly have my own doubts about Slavkovsky, about his IQ, right? For lack of a better word, his hockey IQ specifically, not anything else. I look at him and I see him get away with a lot of stuff. All the highlight reel, things that we saw from whether it be the Olympics, the World Championships, his time in Liga, they're always against lesser competition. They're highlights and him doing things that I just know won't work in the NHL. It's him making moves in a slot, and it's like, an NHL defenseman is going to step up and use their stick to take that play away, or things like that. And obviously at the World Championships, he feasted on the teams that did not have NHL talent, and he really did struggle against the teams with NHL talent. That was a very real thing that we saw from him. And so I don't think that he's as, NHL ready as maybe some people are hoping. And I also question his long-term viability if he doesn't kind of change the way he plays the game. You're looking at a winger who likes to do everything himself and kind of play like a center and wants to play in the slot. It's a lot harder to do that in the NHL. And you also have to be in an environment where the rest of the team can kind of adapt to that, around you, where you have to be playing with a center who's going to let you do that. And so it's going to be interesting to see, but obviously Montreal feels that that's not going to be a problem for them, their environment, their team under St. Louis as coach. So it's just going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is just shocking though. We haven't had a surprise like this at number 1. And in my time as a hockey fan, I think I can't remember anything else like this. And certainly a little awkward since, sounds like, from what I'm reading on Twitter, that Montreal fans there was some light boos when Slavkovsky's name was announced before the draft, and big cheers for Shane Wright. I think it's clear which way the fans wanted to go. And I don't know. I think this pick might turn out to be a mistake. I just, given what we've seen from Slavkovsky, I kind of buy into your evaluation of him. And again, just picking a winger over a center too. And especially with those concerns, this isn't a sure thing. I don't really like this pick for Montreal.
Right. I mean, let's say things work out more or less in Montreal's favor and in Slavkovsky's favor, and he turns into a 25 to 30 goal scorer, which is kind of what I projected him to be if everything, if the stars align. You're still talking about only 25 to 30 goals. Like, you can find that later in the draft, especially when it's only coming from a winger. Like yes, that is valuable and viable, and he can be a first line winger like that. But at the same time, you're not talking about, Patrick Laine levels of superstar production that you'd maybe hope to see at the top of a draft. So
Yeah, and I just don't
it's
know that's going to
interesting.
be more valuable as an asset, as a piece in a building team than a
Hmm.
Shane Wright.
Exactly. So now things get interesting though, because you have to think
Yes.
this helps New Jersey's, you know, trade leverage a lot, knowing that Shane Wright is on the table for teams.
Absolutely. I mean, the Devils, their phone's got to be ringing off the hook. The GM Tom Fitzgerald, he's going to be fielding a lot of calls right now from teams who are looking to trade up to that number 2 spot. And I think it just comes down to what the Devils want. Whether they're willing to trade down or whether they want an established NHL player. I don't know. Do they want JT Miller? Right? If that deal isn't done yet, I don't know. I mean, it's another center. What do you think the Devils would want here? Try and mock a trade right now.
Yeah, I mean, I ideally I want to
On the
stay.
spot, but
I want to stay. I want to stay. I want to try to stay top five if possible, right? Or get multiple firsts. Like the first teams I would call would be Buffalo, Arizona, or Columbus, just because they have multiple firsts. See if I can
yep.
accumulate those in this year's draft. If I'm New Jersey, you got to be thinking that you're right about to start your upward trend. I don't know that taking like a first this year plus a first next year and a prospect and you know what I mean. Like I don't know that you kind of want to spread out that wealth. I think you want pieces that can be used now around your core now. Um,
Hmm.
they have a ton of centers already, so yes, that's why Shane Wright maybe doesn't make the most sense. Um, yeah, if they're keeping it, I would probably go Cooley if I'm them, just because I think he fits in better with their team. I mean, you could probably try to flex him out to wing and see if he gels with Heischer or Hughes, like and just go for it. Or it lets
Yep.
you move one of them to wing if you keep Cooley. But uh, yeah, if I'm New Jersey, I'm looking for an NHL ready player, or I'm looking for multiple picks this year.
Yeah, no, I think that makes sense. Trading down probably would make the most sense with multiple first round picks. Now, Michael in the chat, call New Jersey, Ron. Should Ron Francis be making that call right now?
Potentially. I mean, like if the trade up is only going to cost you 4 and let's say 35, it might be worth it just to kind of lock in Shane Wright. You already have your number one center of the future in Matty Beniers. Having Shane Wright right behind him anchoring your second line. I mean, I think that's worth the a top of the second round pick.
Agreed. I think if that's all it would cost, then go ahead and do it. But if it costs any more than that, if you have to give up multiple seconds or any kind of prospect that you already have right now, then you can forget it.
I don't know. I'd consider that. I got 4 seconds. I'd be willing to move two of them.
Two of them
35.
plus four, yeah.
Yeah, I would. Just because,
All
like,
right.
think of how solid you are down the middle for the next decade. Like that's the one. That's the hardest thing to get right, and you don't have to worry about it at all.
That's true.
Like
That's true.
that's the kind of like um, peace of mind that is invaluable for a
Yep.
GM, right? And
Yep.
a fan base.
I will
So
say we did not have a Shane Wright to the Kraken graphic pre-made.
we did
Did not
not.
think it was.
That
It
is
shows how
true.
little we expected it.
Yeah, that is true. I do like Brian in chat bringing up how's New Jersey not go with Shane. Shane's going to be the most motivated player for 15 years. That is
That's
true.
true. No
After
one remembers who goes number 2.
yeah, after
Famous words.
years and years of him being projected to be the top pick of this draft, and then it doesn't happen on draft night like this. That is
Yeah.
that would be huge. Just trying to go through here and chat, just kind of get everybody's reactions. Lots of people embracing the chaos, though. Love to
Yes.
see it. I'm down with that too.
Yeah, this is the most exciting start to a draft, certainly, of anyone that
Hmm.
I can remember. Really glad that to be live streaming during it too, getting the real
Yeah,
live reaction from all of you, from you, Dylan. Like it's great.
yeah, and not to be lost in all this is New Jersey is still on the clock. So
Okay, does it count as a spoiler if Elliot Friedman says a team may be doing something?
I don't know. No, I don't think so.
Okay.
That's a they may be doing something
Friedman says the Devils may be going D.
interesting. Okay,
Yeah,
so I mean that's the best case scenario for the Kraken right there,
absolutely.
because
It
that
means that one of Cooley or Wright would fall to the Kraken.
exactly if that's what's going, if New Jersey is keeping this pick and they're going to go that route, that is phenomenal for the Kraken. We are like set. Like we don't have to worry about anything.
Yeah. No, I want to reiterate, this is not confirmed or
no.
anything. What the Friedman says they might be going. This isn't the same as saying that is what the pick is going to be. And even then, we don't know who.
All right. Well, New Jersey pick is in, according to the graphic at the bottom of ESPN. It did come
They're
close
keeping
to
the
the
pick.
wire. So, yeah, unless it's like the NFL and they announce the trade once they get up there or something. I don't know. We'll know if New Jersey, their staff gets up. It looks like they're getting up, which means they are walking up.
Yeah, they are going to make
the
the
podium. So New Jersey is keeping the pick. We will see if Friedman is right and that they go defenseman. If they do, I got to think they're going Juracek.
For the higher upside.
Yeah, and the size and everything, because you just drafted Luke Hughes last year. Like,
yep, that's true.
You don't need Nemec. He's the same thing, basically. I'd argue he's better, but it's the same thing.
Yeah, if you are going to go D, I think Juracek just for the upside. That's got to be what you're thinking, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's my guess.
Yeah. All right, so we'll see what they do. This is exciting. I mean, this is playing out really well for the Kraken potentially. If the Devils do go defense here, this is a dream scenario for Seattle.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Absolutely. I almost don't want to talk about it anymore until we actually get the announcement.
Right, until we see the name out there.
Just to see. But yeah, so far very much enjoying the chaos of this.
Very good.
See what they're waiting on. They got to decide who's going to actually go up to the mic. Here we go. Get to see Brodeur again.
There we go, the French. Oh, I love it.
Yep. Let's see if I can turn on closed caption.
Yeah.
Oh, it just says speaking French.
I just read it in French. Oh, speaking in French. Okay, there you go. French,
so that didn't help me out. Well, it sounds like it might be spoiled on Twitter again.
Yep. It is.
Okay. I will wait to see who it is with everybody else. But yeah, I know. How helpful was that for me, Alex, right? Speaking in French.
Speaking in French.
Let me see if this will help me out.
Hey, this is cool. They're having Kate Madigan, I think, announce the pick, the new assistant GM.
Okay, and there we go. Shimon Nemec. Wow. Okay, so
all right.
Yeah, we'll get the Kraken stuff out of the way. Wright or Cooley, absolutely confirmed. Well, they're going. One of them will be available for the Kraken. I guess we can't say confirmed. One of them will be a Kraken. Ron Francis can, of course, decide to go somewhere else. But as far as I'm concerned, Cabell is the only acceptable alternative. And I don't know how many other fans would be on board with me there. Yeah, I mean, that's just a phenomenal thing to happen for the Kraken.
This is a dream scenario playing out for Seattle right now. One of Cooley or Wright will be available. I can't imagine going whoever is not left on the board at that point. Have to think the Coyotes take. Although you know what, forget what we have to think. I was saying that for these last two picks and I was wrong. So we'll see who they pick. Maybe the Coyotes will take Cutter Gauthier and the Kraken will have both those guys on the board. But yeah, what a way for this to shake out.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where I do feel like with someone like Shane Wright, let's say, obviously Montreal made the decision. They valued Slafkovsky higher. Like we said, Shane Wright doesn't make a ton of sense for the Devils because you already have a million centermen. Shane Wright makes all the sense of the world for both Arizona and Seattle, in that you already have your number one seed in Clayton Keller in Arizona or Matty Beniers here. Shane Wright, projecting as like the best second line center you could ever hope for with his responsible two-way play, all that stuff. It makes sense that Arizona and Seattle would want him. But I could also see, Logan Cooley has a lot of Clayton Keller type elements to him. If you're Arizona, why not just have both of them? They're interchangeable. If one gets hurt, the other one can do the same thing, all that kind of stuff. We heard the other day some Twitter rumors and rumblings out of Arizona that, hey, we know they're looking into trading Chychrun. Maybe they'll take a defenseman. If you're going to be trading Chychrun soon, maybe you take Juracek now. and you just kind of replace a big defenseman with a big defenseman, in which case, yeah, both people are on the board. But ideal scenario for the Kraken, I think either way, the Kraken are going to be set up fantastically, having those guys in the pipeline, and having them, project to be their second line center in the future.
Yep. And you know what? I take back what I said about they should be willing to trade the 4th pick for DeBrincat. Now I think it's good they hung on. Seeing the draft play out this way, I think you are going to get someone who would have been more valuable. Different story for Ottawa at pick number 7. Neither of those two guys are going to be available at pick 7. Still makes sense for them, but I don't think it would have for the Kraken. And then one more thing, what a cool moment for Slovakia and Slovak hockey with 2 Slovak players going 1 and 2. That's just awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's rare that any country really kind of gets that honor these days. But certainly for a country like Slovakia, and we saw it at the Olympics, we saw it at the World Championships and stuff. Like their national programs and stuff are making big strides in the fact that they're producing top players, and there's another player later on in the draft who could be a first round pick out of there too. It speaks a lot to the development and hard work that everybody there has been putting in for really a long time now. Certainly since this century, they've really made a big push to kind of get to this point, and they're finally seeing the fruits of those labors. Happy to see it.
Yep, absolutely. And again, sorry to anyone if I'm like looking down or whatever. I've got the Twitter also on my phone because I've got all like the preset stuff there, so sometimes I need to look down.
Yes. Stratic wondering how big a chip on his shoulder Shane Wright's gonna have after this one. I got to imagine it's gonna be pretty big.
Oh yeah.
And real quick, I guess let's talk about New Jersey choosing Nemec. I mean, like I said, I thought he's a better version of Luke Hughes, so you might as well. I think he does kind of fit in with New Jersey's whole, like, hey, we just want the fastest, most skilled guy we can. Like, that's kind of just been their draft mantra for, 5 years now. And this is at least consistent with that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's a great distributor. That's one thing we saw over and over again when watching his tape. He's going to have a lot of skill players that he can move the puck to. I think it's a really good spot for him. It's a good fit, to go into that system. And I don't know that you have the most upside necessarily, but I think the fit is there, and they clearly identified someone who's, going to be good for their organization and in that spot. I don't know that maybe it must mean they were picking him all along, or I guess unless Slavkovsky was there.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know what their board was, but yes, it's certainly a potential.
Looking at Hunter excited in the chat. Dylan and RJ, I love you both. Best moment in Kraken history. We are as excited as you are. I'm telling you.
Love you too, bud. We got Mike Benton saying right to Kraken picking up steam. Yep.
Sure is.
Hey, I mean, it's probably slightly better than 50-50 odds that one of the, he'll be there for you now.
Yeah.
As we got
Arizona's
that great
have
shot.
their pick.
Great shot here. Of the two guys right there, Shane Wright sitting in front of Logan Cooley. But Alex said Shane Wright looking pissed. I don't know. Shane Wright kind of always looks like that. He's like a classic hockey player. They just kind of don't smile. Unless they're like scoring or a big play happens on the ice, they just kind of don't smile. But we got Arizona obviously not making a move. They're happy with whoever they.
Yep. I mean, they should be. They should be.
Yeah, why wouldn't you? It'll just depend on who they go with. And we'll see.
Yep.
I always look hoping that the person carrying the jersey screws up and you get to see the name on the back or something.
Yeah, I know that'd be nice. All right.
They never do. Oh, and what's crazy is this is in some ways potentially the most nerve-wracking pick, right? Like
absolutely, yeah, most.
Even more so than like the actual Kraken pick. Just because this determines who's going to be there for the Kraken, which of these two star young centermen it's going to be. Bob McKenzie is the Bobby. Cameron asking who this Bobby is in chat. Alex with the helpful Bobby Margarita response
Yep.
there.
Bonjour. All right. Let's go. I do love the French attempts. It's not easy. I
No,
will
it's
say
not.
that much.
Like I said, it's probably the language I'd be most nervous having to go up there and speak.
Yeah.
What do you think of their matching blue suits back behind him there?
I like that. It's a cool look. I like it.
Yeah, they got the matching
And the
suits,
red
matching
ties.
ties. Yeah,
Yeah. I like it. All on the same page.
It's a new look for Arizona. Everybody being on the same page.
Yep.
Do we have a Twitter leak yet? Do we know
I believe we do.
Who the pick is? Oh man! Oh my gosh! This anticipation is killing me. Who gets to go play at the ASU arena? Just tell me already.
Yep.
I know. I want in the future, RJ, just because people are asking about wishing there was a camera on Ron Francis. I do want in the future them to put little cameras that just stare at the GMs, and then you could just log on online and see your team's GM.
Mm-hmm.
You just say awesome. Logan Cooley. All right, there we go. Logan Cooley going to Arizona.
Wow. Shane Wright will be on the board for the Kraken.
Shane Wright is on the board.
You have to take him, right?
You absolutely have to take him. I'm not even sure. 100%. I'm not even sure I'd want them to take Kamel at this point.
No, do not take Kamel. Dylan, do not take Kamel.
That's a lot for me. So yeah, I think this is the perfect scenario. But like I said, it's kind of the perfect matchup for team and player with Shane Wright, because it gives the Kraken the opportunity to have the second line center, this two-way guy. Him and, just like I was saying, Logan Cooley makes sense in Arizona because he's so much like Clayton Keller. Shane Wright's a lot like Matty Beniers. They're hard workers. They enjoy playing defense. They want to work on playing defense. They want to play a two-way game. They want to be out there on the PK. They want to be doing all of the little things that turn your team into a championship team. They just absolutely love doing that and being a part of all that. And so having someone like Shane Wright be there in the same system with Matty Beniers, it just makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is going to be, I'm just thinking about the future now. This is so exciting as they're building the team. This is kind of the core down the middle. This is going to be such a tough team to play against, especially in the playoffs. Yes. You've got Matty Beniers, Shane Wright, both so defensively responsible. I mean, what a 1-2 punch at center. This is the kind of thing that championship teams are made of, is having these centers that can control play like this, shut down opposing lines. I'm so excited.
Yeah, no, it's super exciting, and now we're almost back to the waiting game. Like, it's almost like the beginning of, like, before the draft started, because it's just, does it happen? Like, I almost don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole and jinx anything. You know what I mean?
I know. Do not take ECH. Do not take Kamel. Please, Ron Francis, do the right thing. Make the right pick.
Yes.
You know what? I trust him. I think Ron Francis will make the right pick here.
I do too. Like I said,
he's not going to overthink this.
Organizationally, it makes the most sense. It's the most, of these top 4 spots, it's the place that made the most sense for Shane Wright, kind of all along. He wasn't going to be the number 1 center superstar kind of guy for Montreal to build their whole future around. It didn't make sense to just add another center to New Jersey. And if you're Arizona, he plays a different game than what you're already building around. So this is the spot where it makes the most sense from the organization. Why are we seeing Gary Bettman? Is he just saying Seattle's on the
trade? Oh no, Ron, what have you done?
I mean, we don't know if it's like, it could be a JT Miller trade, right?
Wait, hang on.
2 trades.
2 trades.
Why are all the Montreal fans happy? We're all just like silent. Give me a graphic here.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it's,
Okay.
it's Islanders trade, so I'm guessing that's JT Miller then.
Okay. Oh no, because now they're getting Islanders, so they wouldn't be going Miller now.
We survived the first trade, so it's Romanov to the Islanders. It looks like. Thank you, chat. These Montreal fans are going crazy.
Okay, Kirby Doc to Montreal. Okay, I'm just glad neither of those involved the Kraken.
Yes. All right.
Okay. Oh, thank God. Okay.
I can't handle this.
This is amazing. This is the best draft in that I can ever remember. This is incredible.
I had to cancel my cardiologist appointment because it was going to overlap with this draft. I can't take this stuff, man. They're killing me here.
What is going on?
I mean, until like they had removed the Kraken graphic at the bottom there, I wasn't gonna panic too much. But like,
no,
whoa.
I was so worried. I
love this too because you and I are completely silent trying to figure out what's going on, and it was just a sea of no, Ron, no on the chat.
I know on the chat. Hey, I was feeling that too, man.
All right, Kraken on the clock now.
Okay.
You know, it would not surprise me. It's Ron Francis. He's going to sit there and wait a couple, a minute and a half for the phone to ring just because. That's his.
I'm sure, and I'm sure he's gonna get some calls too.
Yeah. But this is also one of the things and how it all shakes out. We kind of talked about this in our deep dive is Seattle probably already knows who they're taking. They want to lock it in and all that stuff, but TV needs to do all the stuff about Logan Cooley and whatnot. So they're going to take the time basically. Like the league is keeping them from pressing enter or select in the draft system basically. Well, so that the TV stuff can get done. And it just keeps us in suspense for that little extra.
Yeah. Way to oh man, way to keep us on our toes.
I know. And yes, everybody, this is better than last year's draft with the virtual draft and stuff.
Sure.
It's a lot more exciting having everyone there, and isn't it that much more exciting too having a season of Kraken hockey like under all of our belts like before this too, just because we're that much more invested. We have more of an idea of what the team looks like. We've seen Matty Beniers come in and do what he did for the Kraken late in the year there. We know the potential of this. It is so exciting. This last minute is gonna be brutal. And definitely this is the one. Nobody spoil this one.
Yeah, cannot spoil it.
This is the one. Don't spoil it, anybody.
If we politely ask Bob McKenzie, maybe he will listen to us. We couldn't get him on the podcast the other day, but maybe.
Tell him I'll buy a case of his margaritas. Doesn't spoil.
See, that'll get it done. Margarita sales above all.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like someone maybe did on Twitter.
Oops.
Wow, it's gonna be so anticlimactic.
Hunter, I love everyone here.
I know you're all beautiful. I mean, hey, Hunter's only speaking what we're all feeling basically as we do this. As we see Ron Francis get up, he's making his way to the table. I don't see anybody holding the jersey, but there's 3 people going up, so that's enough people.
Ron Francis goes up to announce a trade himself.
That would be so baller. Let's be real.
But maybe not right now.
Yeah. There we go. Wonderful Seattle front office. The lucky kid who always gets to be there.
I hear something. Seattle is very, very analytically driven.
Oh, what does that mean? Don't.
Wait, did I really?
What did you do, RJ?
Okay, it better be Shane Wright. I will tell the story later. Hang on.
Shane Wright, let's go!
Yes, Shane Wright to the Kraken. 4th overall. Can you believe it?
No, I really can't.
I cannot believe it. So Dylan, when are we gonna just wake up and it'll be the morning of draft day?
I know. I'm waiting for everyone to be like at the end of like the top 5, just be like, okay, so that was like a fun rehearsal, wasn't it?
Yep.
As we get used to in-person drafting again.
Yep. Oh my god. Okay, so now I can tell the story real quick. Apparently, as I'm looking down, I accidentally hit the send button. I had the tweet ready to go, and I accidentally hit the tweet button. I didn't even know. I wasn't even checking Twitter. So I'm glad it was the pick.
You wanted to be
okay,
first,
I got our
so
graphics
bad.
guy to make a last-minute graphic. So I had it ready, and then I guess my thumb hit it as I was like looking up here and scrolling all the tabs. Whatever.
Whatever.
Shane Wright is Seattle Kraken.
Exactly.
Dylan, we get to cover Shane Wright.
I know. It's gonna be so exciting. We get to cover him with Matty Beniers. Like, we get to these franchise cornerstones forever as we watch the highlights here from Shane Wright and we see what he's able to do. You know, it was the first scouting report that I did, and it was all the way back in really January. I was putting it all together and releasing it back then. And at that point in his season, he had talked openly about how he was only focused on defense and improving the defensive aspects of his game. He was modeling himself after Patrice Bergeron, which is obviously, you know, the most ideal person you can model yourself off of if you're a two-way player. And I talked about how his offensive game had significantly dropped off of that, because he was so focused on his defense and stuff. And a lot of people were critical about that. And a lot of people, that was what was opening the door to a lot of the conversations of, could someone else be the first overall pick? Well, after I made that, and later on towards the end of the season, he decided, I'm just going to remind everybody that I can be an elite scorer. I can score a ton of goals. I have a fantastic shot and ability to read defenses because I understand it all so well. And he really, showcased his offensive ability late in the season. He finished on an absolute scoring tear. Didn't have a super long playoff run, unfortunately, with Kingston or anything, but so didn't get to see stuff there. But he still has plenty of offensive upside, as much as everybody's been talking up his two-way ability, and certainly, you and I have been talking about that, and why he'd be such an ideal fit as a 2C. Just know the dude still has elite offensive ability as an exceptional player. I mean, he walked to the OHL and he scored insane amounts of goals for someone at his age. He has an interesting shot process, I'll say. It's not like a standard release or anything, but it gets the job done. And just his ability to view and manage the ice. He's an exceptionally smart player when he's out there, and that fits in, super well with guys like Matty Beniers. And I think that's a direction Ron Francis wants to go. And how about that, right? Last year, Ron Francis taking a guy who maybe needed to work on his offensive game for another year, but he felt very much reminded him of him as a two-way guy, kind of likes to grind it out, likes to be responsible defensively, but can still contribute a lot offensively, and a super hard worker. I think Ron Francis is doing that again. I think we could officially say Ron Francis has a new type when drafting. It's no longer defenseman. It's no longer whoever has the firmest handshake. It's just whoever is the closest Ron Francis in this draft class.
Yep, and what a system to have. You know what? That is how you build a successful team. I will take a team full of Ron Francises any day, and just what a great foundation. I'm so excited. Yep,
absolutely.
Wow. I'm just gonna I'm sorry. I'm trying to. Go ahead. Trying to plug your Shane Wright scouting video on Twitter, because if the people haven't seen it, they should right now.
Yes. Yeah. So go for that. Yeah, everybody. So now really the biggest question that we should all have is we need to start speculating on what jersey number he's going to wear so we can all go out and buy those. Right? I think that's
I mean,
where
is
I'm
he worn 51 all his junior career?
I'd have to go back and see. I don't know offhand. But yeah, I mean that should be available for the Kraken. So I did see something somewhere about him talking about why he chose that number, and he chose it basically because like no one wears this number and I want to be like the best person to wear a number kind of thing. So,
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean it's a smart way of doing it.
Here he's talking right now. Let's see.
Yeah, talking with the great Emily Kaplan. I'm gonna have to watch it all later on repeat.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But yeah, I mean we've got somebody who was granted exceptional player status, and a lot of questions about how good would he have been if they didn't have to lose a year because of the COVID stuff too? His development in the OHL, I think that might have also been something that opened the door to him sliding to the Kraken here in the draft, as we're seeing. Yeah, he did wear 15 at the for the Canadian national team and stuff.
Okay.
So we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, no,
I might not have
think,
to wait too long.
I know. I think that did it, and I do think that, you know, I'm okay with a player kind of doing like what we saw with Matty Beniers when he was drafted. Like the first thing out of his mouth was basically, "I got to be better offensively. I'm going to go back to Michigan. I'm going to work on that, and then I'm going to be ready." And he was. And I feel like Shane Wright kind of did that, but a year early. It was just, "Hey, you know what? I know I'm already going to be a top pick, and I can do all this offensive stuff at the OHL level. I want to go ahead and try to round out my game early so that I can make an immediate impact at the NHL level at 18. I'm just going to focus on defense this year, and I'm just going to get really good at that." And he did. And so it's going to be really interesting. And all of a sudden, training camp's going to be crazy interesting because of anybody, I thought he was probably best set up to make the leap right away to the NHL. And it'll be interesting to see if Ron Francis and co want to do that or not.
Absolutely. I mean, that's going to be the biggest question of training camp is, does Shane Wright make the roster? Does he stay, or does he take another year in junior? It's going to be a tough call, but he's going to have every opportunity to make the roster, I think.
Yeah, I think the Kraken are going to, I wouldn't mind seeing him as like a third line center that then evolves into a second line center as the year goes on kind of thing. I think that would be really cool. Let him feast down there as we see Cutter Gauthier go into the Flyers. That is such a Flyers pick.
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
Valentina pointing out that Pouliot's got to go so Shane Wright can have 51.
I'm sorry, Derek. He's a UFA, so
them's the rules. It's just the way it is. And Ty pointing out, McCann just got the nod back to wing. Yeah, I was kind of leaning that way anyway. I just feel like he was more effective on the wing, McCann.
Yep.
Speaking of somebody who might end up on the wing, Cutter Gauthier.
Yep. Hey, I still think he'll be a pretty good winger.
Yeah, I do too. He's super aggressive. Just to talk about him real quick for everybody. Super aggressive, loves to go to the net. That's where you're going to find him every time. Does cheat a lot on defense to make sure he's there for those breakaway attempts to drive the net and stuff like that. And that's where my doubts came in with him, was just the shortcuts and stuff he's taken in his development path, or in his gameplay to make some of the highlights that he's had happen, and whether or not that can truly translate to being a center at the NHL level. All right, we can go back to Shane Wright now, everybody.
Yes, I know. How are we going to talk about the rest of the draft, Dill? This is going to be Shane Wright talk.
I know. I don't care anymore. We got Shane Wright. We can just end the stream. Let's all just go jersey shopping and all that fun stuff. Let's get the parade ready for him.
I'm gonna check the store at the Armory every single day now until Dev Camp to see when those jerseys start hitting the shelves.
Let's do like a crowd, not like a funded thing, but like let's all get together, sit here, and let's make shirt designs for Shane Wright.
Yes, let's do it right now.
All that.
Get the shirts up as fast as possible.
Because that's what the 80 people here want to see from this draft live stream.
Yes, clearly. Be conscripted into coming up with shirt ideas.
Yes. Oh man.
Oh man.
So exciting. It really is amazing. Wow.
Oh, I feel speechless. We have to say things. But...
I know. Everybody just go to Armchair GM and just like put Wright's name there, second line after Beniers, and just stare at it.
Yeah, we need to do a whole thing about how this affects the rest of the offseason and building the team, because we just didn't project the Kraken taking someone who would be able to, step in at center right away, potentially. This really has to affect the long-term thinking for the team.
Right. I mean, Ron Francis talked about wanting a top 6 forward and a top 9 forward. This is your top 9 forward.
Yeah.
Right there. He's going to be on an ELC.
Right away.
Don't got to worry about that. Yeah. So, yeah, I think it definitely affects the offseason. I think we'll see if this affects how aggressive. Hey, shout out to Ben there, walking with Shane Wright, Kraken media member there. Team staff member. Let's see. So, it's one of those things where if you're Kraken now and you know that you have these cornerstones to your rebuild process long term, does that make you want to say, hey, maybe we don't need to be aggressive this offseason with the on the UFA market. Let's go ahead and give it another year, and then we could probably be ready to go next year. Especially if you
Right.
feel like Shane Wright's going to play this year, let him just, let this just be a development year for him. Let Matty get a full year under his belt. Let all that stuff shake out, and then you enter next off season and say, okay, now let's try to optimize the cheap ELC years left on Wright and Beniers once they're your 1 and 2C. But otherwise, I mean, yes, you've got Wenberg now. That's and Yanni Gord. There's your 4 centers. That's an insane
incredible
lineup, right?
This is looking so good going forward. I mean, this really is, kind of the building of a truly special team. When you're built like that down the middle. Yes, there's some needs on defense. Yes, you've got to solidify, the goaltending with what you have, but that's all very doable. The toughest part of all of that is just having that center depth, that depth down the middle, that the Kraken now have locked in for, hopefully a decade plus.
Right. So going back to, because I see Lindsay's question about will we see Shane playing in Seattle right away. So here's what I don't want to have happen, and I don't want to have them bring him in just to be like their 4th line center, where he's going to play like 9 minutes a night, because that's not going to be good for his development. I'd rather him go back to the OHL and play, 20 plus minutes a night in Kingston. That will be way better for his development. Yes, he won't be there for all the, NHL lifestyle stuff. Learning all of the routines and all that stuff that I talked about was very important, with Matty bringing him in at the end of last season so that Matty could have all that stuff ready to go for this next upcoming offseason. It's way more important for all of these players, and this is advice that I would give to any NHL team, is playing time is the thing that matters most, especially for this group that lost years, like entire seasons to COVID. The playing time is the number one most important thing. It is not about the competition that they're playing against. You can give them things to work on, and if they're getting 20 plus minutes a night at a major junior level or at in a men's league in Europe, that is way better than sticking them on your 4th line here and kind of just being like a hawk over their shoulders, and they're riding the bench most nights, because that's not going to do them any good. They're not going to have the time to implement any of the things you want them to and really get better. So if that's gonna if in the Kraken's mind that's the only spot open, is kind of like him starting off on the 4th line, unless they plan on really working him up through the lineup over the course of a year, I don't want him to play with the Kraken next season. I don't think that that's realistic. I think that you could probably slot him in to the 3rd line, and I think that would be enough playing time. And then over the course of the year, if everything goes right, you can move him up to the 2nd line from there. And then all of a sudden you've got Yanni Gord with the most, centering a fantastic checking line as your 3rd line. And you've got Wenberg as the best 4th line centerman in the league.
Yeah, I think almost no matter how this shakes out, Wenberg is poised to be the best 4th line center in the league. It's just incredible 1 through 4 at center. I agree. You want to get Shane Wright that playing time. You don't want to be sitting there on the 4th line. It's going to be very important how you manage him and the opportunities and the deployment that he gets. It's going to be a real challenge for Dave Haxtell to kind of try and manage all of that. It's not easy. So it's something we're going to have to be watching very closely if Wright does go the distance and play the whole season.
Yeah, as we see Columbus taking Juracek there. So the top 6 prospects were kind of decided beforehand, but obviously the order has been very, very different than what we all thought it would be. I see a question here from Striatic. Did Shane drop because he's bad or because 3 GMs were bad, overstating for effect? Yeah, I think this might have been one of those situations where, because Shane Wright, being an exceptional player, status player, joining the OHL a year early, all that stuff, this might have just been one of those situations where, because there was just literal years more of tape that these scouts were watching of him and had been following him, it just becomes one of those things of, you stop looking at all the, wow, this guy's capable of doing this or that as a scout, and you're just starting to look at his flaws and what he needs to work on and all that stuff. And that's where a lot of teams can overthink things. And I think that Shane Wright's just the latest victim of that. And that's something that we see in drafts across all sports, is just sometimes those guys that are heralded as the first overall pick in a draft, they'll fall a couple spots just because, people watch them for so long that they kind of became bored with them, is the bottom line.
Yeah.
And the last thing they remember is just doing a deep dive into all the things that are wrong with them. But that's just kind of how the system and scouting goes sometimes. It's something that I think good teams are aware of, and they try not to fall for that trap. They understand that, hey, we might have spent the last year only looking at bad things because there was an extra year to look at him, but it's because we just wanted to know what we wanted to work on with him, and all that stuff, and what was coachable and all that kind of stuff. So I just think that's what happened here, is just that, teams kind of got bored looking at him for the last 4 years basically. Whereas Slavkovsky, Nemec, like, these are new. Like, they were not really on the radar even last off season, not in this way. Certainly Slavkovsky wasn't.
Right, and especially when you have a guy who's had exceptional status too, and just for so long you have every little detail of your game picked apart in a way that these other guys haven't. It's going to make scouts look differently, GMs look differently at it. I think once you have guys like Slavkovsky, like Nemitz, where they spend a little more time, that people can see them, or especially when they come to North America, even, they're going to have their game dissected at that level, and we'll see how they stand up to it. But we just don't know, like, with the certainty that we do with Shane Wright.
Yeah. As I'm getting a little thing here, this is like the third time it's popped up from YouTube. Now would be a good time to insert ads as the ESPN stream goes to commercial. Don't worry, I'm not going to do it, everybody. But yeah, it's I just think at the end of the day, that's what ended up happening to Wright, and it's unfortunate. And yeah, maybe the decision he made to just focus on defense and try to present himself as a super well-rounded player was the wrong one. If he had said, no, I'm just going to go out there and torch the OHL and put up 60 goals, maybe he would have still been the first overall pick, even if long-term that's not the best thing for him.
Yeah. And I think we saw that kind of decision-making too with Matty Beniers about what he really wanted to do in how he rounded out his game. And I think it's the better decision long-term to focus on being a complete player.
For sure. It's certainly going to benefit the Seattle Kraken, and that's all that matters.
Yep. And I think this is something that's really good for Kraken fans and the kind of the fan base as a whole, getting to really watch and appreciate two guys who have such a complete game. That's something that not a lot of fan bases get with the rosters that they have. Being able to truly appreciate a center with that kind of defensive responsibility who plays that way. Bruins fans got to see it, with Bergeron and Krejci down the middle, for a while, but it's so rare. And I think it's going to be just good especially for newer hockey fans, getting to see that, to learn about that, to appreciate it.
Yeah, exactly. And lots of you were, on this, watching the playoffs and stuff with us, talking about it on the Discord. And we saw the difference that the teams that have that kind of center depth and those kinds of players on their rosters, we saw the difference that they make, right? Like, they make a huge difference between just, making the playoffs and really going on runs. And so this is absolutely fantastic. Rebecca here asking, so do we expect Wright to be at the development camp next week? Asking for a friend who's going to be in town. It's me. Yes, RJ, as someone else who will be in town, do we think we'll see Shane Wright there?
I think we will. It's something that the Kraken kind of teases, they could have these draft picks here. Certainly it would work time-wise. I don't see any reason why he shouldn't be at development camp. Man, I'm so looking forward to development camp. That's next week. We're going to get to see him potentially at Kraken Community Iceplex. Both of us, yeah, I would expect to see him there. Nothing confirmed yet. And I'm still kind of checking my email too. It feels like I have 50, 100 tabs open now. But I'm checking my email to see if we, they're going to do a media availability or something like that. But it's definitely something we're going to ask as soon as we can.
Yeah, of course, RJ, go do that when it becomes available. I'll hold things down. But yes, my guess is we would. Generally, the development camp, that is the time where they fly out all the prospects that they've just taken, introduce them to the city, go through all that kind of stuff, show them the facilities, have them meet all the people within the organization, all that kind of stuff. So, 80% plus right now chance he's going to be there in my mind. I would be certainly surprised if he wasn't.
Yeah, no, definitely. Okay, I got to point something funny out that I saw on Twitter. So there, someone tweeted Morgan Geeky sighting in the crowd. I guess he was, on the broadcast. So I said, where? Original person. I don't know. They did an audience shot, and I could recognize that bald ass head anywhere. And then Morgan Geeky responded, "Hey, watch it."
Well, Morgan, he's been the best Kraken as far as engagement on social media, I will
For
say.
sure.
He's been
That is a great tweet.
fantastic.
I retweeted it. That was had to. That's awesome.
I'd love it too if we like by the time we find out he's not sitting with his brother. It's like sitting with some other prospect with like Savoy's family. That would be hysterical.
Savoy, that'd be
Whoa!
awesome.
Speaking of Seattle
What?
hockey, the Chicago Blackhawks, after trading up for the 7th pick, taken Kevin Korchinski of the Seattle Thunderbirds. Interesting pick there for them.
Yeah, go ahead. Definitely. On the one hand, I do like the pick. Korchinski definitely cracked my top 10 when I did my own rankings. I was impressed by what I saw from him, both, watching the video and then also going to a couple T-Birds games. I know that wasn't a whole lot, but this season, I like his vision. That's what stood out to me the most. He looked like a quarterback almost, making his reads, kind of going through one past the next. If he doesn't find anything, really patient, turns back around until there's something that's opened up. I think he projects like really well in the kind of game that works in the NHL. He's got good size. He needs to be more physical defensively, but I think that's something you could definitely coach into him. He's really slight. That frame, he's got a lot of weight to put on there. And I remember when I told that to you, you said, well, yeah, everyone does at this age. That's kind of how they all are. So I think, you saw that from your scouting perspective as, yeah, they all need to bulk up like that. And he should be able to do the same. I like that pick. One thing I don't like for Korchinski, though, is that now his name is always going to be attached to Alex DeBrincat. There's always going to be that pressure there. And I think that might be a little tough for him, but I think he can handle it.
Yeah, I mean that's an unfortunate thing there. Not thrilled to see him go to the Blackhawks either, right? Just like
that's true.
For a multitude of reasons, but so there's that aspect of it too. But I think he's a phenomenal player. He's a great puck mover. I think it makes sense that he is the guy that was the first defenseman after the top two in Nemec and Juracek were taken. I think that makes a lot of sense, and I think he's certainly deserving of that spot. And there was lots of rumors of, can he crack the top 10? Obviously, we now know that he can. You wonder, like, was this the player that Chicago really wanted, too, when they made the trade earlier today?
Yep. Yeah, it might be. I mean, he's certainly someone that you would think would be on the board at that point. And they had to have had an idea of who they might be taking.
Yeah. But again, it's a phenomenal for the T-Birds to have somebody taken in the top 10 like this. Like, that's always good for your program and good for the fan base and all of that stuff. So really, really happy for him to get taken here.
Yep. Let's see.
So, yes, I was trying to work on a new overlay for getting Shane Wright.
Shane Wright. On the fly, making a new overlay on the fly. Yeah, we did not see this coming. I will tell you that much.
Yeah.
And credit to Joe, our graphics guy, for making a graphic. Probably about the time the Coyotes made the 3rd pick, he was just working away at it. Got it there in time for the Kraken pick. Want to give a shout out to him there. He did a good job.
Yes, had it all ready to go for your anticipatory tweet, we'll say.
Yep. I can't believe I actually hit that. Would have been so bad if it was someone else.
Can you imagine the first game back up on the press bridge and stuff, RJ, if that had not happened?
I would not hear the end of it. Oh, man. I would not have heard the end of it.
Yeah, that would have been an interesting one. I would have definitely made sure I was there for it.
Yes.
But yes, no, all things worked out great. We got Shane Wright. The future is insanely bright for the Seattle Kraken now, like unbelievably so. For a team that has 7 prospects now total, but yet somehow has like one of the best setups for the long term. Ron Francis and company have just done an amazing job. The whole organization. It's just been awesome.
This is great.
Nice to have that again, right? Seattle fans.
I know, right? It's been some dark days in Seattle sports, but things are looking up. That's for sure.
Oh man. DJ Singletone, I think they should trade for a winger immediately. I know Stratic had brought that up before maybe not wanting to see Shane Wright right away just because you don't necessarily have the wingers, a supporting cast around him to set him up the best. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting situation with, you want to pair him with the right people. You really want to put everyone in the best position to succeed. And I don't know. I'm trying to play this out in my head. I'm trying to go on Armchair GM. I don't have that tab open. But yeah, I mean, what do you think as far as a fit?
Well, I mean, this solidifies that we need to give Johnny Hockey all of the money. So that
well, I mean, exactly. You could go the other way and just be like, look, because you got right now, you be aggressive. The window is sooner than you think. Yeah. I'm kind of hoping they don't have that takeaway, but it's possible.
It's possible. Like I said, I would rather have that be next year. Like, I think that's the more appropriate place. But again, that's still an accelerated timeline. Like, if you don't get right today, next year is not your window. Because you got to wait for whoever you took it for this year to then maybe have that first full season at the NHL level. So their window is certainly accelerated. But in my mind, next offseason is the offseason to be aggressive, to be like Ottawa this year, where you feel like you're on the cusp of going up. And so you want to be aggressive and go out and get it to brink it. Or kind of like with New Jersey, like I was saying, they feel like they're really kind of going to go on an upswing. So they wanted to get the guy that they think is going to maybe help them out in the best way for that.
Right.
So,
and I'm hoping the way that they look at it is like this, because I know there's pressure on Ron Francis. I know there's pressure on the organization to turn things around fairly quickly. I know there's this window where you want to be good and you want to sell the fans on something, particularly before, the Sonics might come back, or, it is a real life concerns, right? And I'm hoping they see this as an opportunity to sell some hope with Shane Wright, because you have to sell the fans on something, right? You have to change something. You can't go back into next season with the same team that you had by and large. It's just not going to be enough.
No.
But I think now that you have Shane Wright, maybe that gives you this opportunity to be like, look, we might not make the playoffs this year, but we've got two great talents playing at the NHL level that you can come watch, and these guys are going to anchor a really special team for a decade. And that should be enough to sell the fans, and not have to go and make some unwise moves to, try and get a little bit better than maybe you need to be.
Exactly. And I think that is a heck of a thing to take to, season ticket holders, to Seattle Kraken fans and be like, hey, yes, but, look at this, especially if, let's say, Forsberg resigns in Nashville and, it's just, Kadri and Johnny Hockey out there, and they're going to cost you, 12. Like, Johnny Hockey's going to cost 12 a year and Kadri's going to cost 10. Like, it just makes no sense to do that if you're the Kraken. It makes, this is a great fallback thing to bring to people and be like, hey, look, we've got this. We're fine. Kind of thing. This does bring up another thing. I'm going to go ahead and ask this question for Striatic. Why is, next step, make Seattle Donato's forever home? Get him on one of these wings, right?
Yeah, that could be a good fit. Someone who's going to drive to the net, gonna play a different type of game. Wright can be more conservative. Donato can go all out for checking. And yeah, they've got to get something done soon. They've got 4 days to decide whether to qualify or not for anyone. So I think we'll hear something pretty soon.
Yeah, I do too. I think we're gonna hear something, over the weekend. Really, is when we'll that stuff will get done. As everybody else is focused on the draft right now, obviously. But yes, I think Donato is like kind of the perfect line mate for Shane Wright. Like, talk about a sentence I did not think I was going to be saying.
No, not after the draft lottery, that's for sure.
Yeah, but pace of play, especially if you're thinking he's going to be more in like a third line role, if you're playing him this year, that makes a lot of sense to have on board. And and then also, this is from Striatic earlier. I wanted to point out like who, it was something about like who was going to be a better center at the end of the year or something like that. Who was going to have more points at the end of the year, Maddie or Shane? Maddie Beniers, 1,000%.
Oh, Maddie, 100%. Yep.
If that's who do you think will be a better center by the end of next year, Maddie or Shane? It's still going to be Maddie. He's got the leg up on him just as far as development time, already having played in the NHL, and then also, to be honest, I just think Maddie is a better player. I think he's got better offensive instincts. I think he's got a better offensive toolkit. I just think the stuff that we saw Maddie doing at the NHL level last year is stuff that just very few people in general can have. Like, it's not even a slight to be saying that Shane Wright can't do some of that stuff, because you know what? 99% of players can't do that. Some of the stuff that Beniers was doing, just, the backward zone entries and all that stuff he was doing just to make space for himself, all those little things. That's just stuff that very few people can. So I still think, long term, like we've been kind of talking about, I feel like Matty Beniers is your number 1C long term. Shane Wright's now your 2C, and I think that's it's just amazing.
It is. And we did talk a little bit about this indirectly with a different question. We got, where would Matty Beniers go? This is part of our mailbag. Where would Matty Beniers go if he was in this year's draft? I think we both agreed that first overall.
Yeah.
And after seeing how it's unfolded, I think that's the case even more so, that he would have gone first overall. Nothing against Shane Wright. It's going to be a great pair of players, but Beniers is just, I think, a level above.
Yeah. All right, let's see here. I see a do what Brian says. He's a wise man. So let's see.
He's saying to sign Johnny Gaudreau. Go get Gaudreau, he says.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's an option, certainly. Again, I don't mind it if the money makes sense. Like I said, if Forsberg resigns in Nashville and Johnny Hockey's kind of all by himself in that premium S tier free agent market, that's gonna get so expensive so fast. And I just don't know that I want the Kraken locking themselves in anything at that price.
Right. Their cap space, and especially if you're going longer term, which you would have to, now you've got to think about Matty Beniers' second contract and Shane Wright's second contract. Mm-hmm. And if you have Gaudreau also on the books, that could really hinder you. You don't want to get into a Maple Leaf situation where all of a sudden you have, 3 guys at 10 mil each, and you're struggling to do things elsewhere. You have to be extra careful about it now.
Yeah. This one just popped through from Scott. Wenberg is the third line center, I guess. Depends if Wright makes the team out of training camp, but wow. There's also Yanni Gourde in that equation. I think certainly long-term Wenberg is the fourth line center now. Like, there's just kind of no way around that. Although I think Wenberg can play wing, and maybe that'll work out. That'll be the place for him. But I think if Wright's going to play in the NHL next year, like I said, you want to keep him on the third line at minimum. That's kind of the lowest you want to drop him. Because Tampa did this when they drafted Steven Stamkos way back when. Barry Melrose was the coach that season for the Tampa Bay Lightning, and his whole thing was basically like he didn't think that he should be playing in the NHL that soon. Management wanted him there because Tampa had nothing going on at the time, right? They were just trying to use that to hype up people. And he sat on the fourth line for most of that season, and everybody talked about just what a disaster that was. Like, there was just no good news that came out of that situation. And Stamkos has talked about how he felt that hurt his development just because he was not playing. So, like I said, I want to see if Wright's going to play this year. He's got to be at least on the third line. If that happens, Yanni centering your second line, Matty obviously up top, and then Wenberg's down at 4.
Yeah. I think that's just where it leaves him. This just solves so many problems. As I was going on Armchair GM, trying to come up with the different scenarios, one thing that was missing was kind of this second or third line center. The Kraken just needed another center for next season. I was like, do you sign Trocheck? But that's more term and money than you probably want. Do you go sign maybe Strome now that he's going to be a UFA? Like, I don't know. This just solves all those problems.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Okay, so I've completely lost track of the draft. Sorry. I was doing the graphic
real quick. We'll go back to the draft in a second, but it sounds like Shane Wright's talking to the media who's there in person.
Go for it.
We got Allison Lucan on it with a real up-close picture. That's pretty cool. Shane Wright says he's already self-motivated, but not being drafted first, quote, gives him a little more fire.
Yeah.
We got Shane Wright with a chip on his shoulder. Let's go.
Gotta think it will. That's the kind of stuff that you want. You know what I mean? You want arguably the best player, the best fit for your team, where your team's at, all that stuff. And then on top of it, you're going to give them the best motivation that you can. Like, all day, every day, right?
Yep.
Like, it's just, everything is so perfect, all this stuff. So, and yeah, Scott pointing out, Gord can play all forward positions. So can Wenberg. Like, they do have some people that they could slide over to wing when the time calls for it. It's going to be so interesting. But yes, I mean, I think Shane Wright's going to help out your second unit power play. Certainly, if he plays this year, he can kind of run that down low. I think that's going to be big. You're never going to have to worry about your PK again, RJ. Got Matty
Nope.
Beniers and Shane Wright.
Love it. Love it.
Yeah.
Especially with the power kill the Kraken, we got a hint of that last season, right? And oh man, with those two at center
and with Yanni Gourde, yeah.
I want a Shane Wright, Yanni Gourde pairing there on the penalty kill. That's going to be so fun to watch.
Yeah, it's pretty like broken, for lack of a better word, when thinking about it. Special teams is going to be awesome and a lot of fun to watch now, hopefully. Certainly the power play, hopefully. See Detroit make the pick of Marco Kasper. That is such a Detroit pick to make. Such a Stevie Y pick. Just going to take the most complete player out there, the guy that everybody knows is going to be a super productive NHL player, kind of similar like to a lot of the stuff we've been talking about Shane Wright. Here's a two-way center. Doesn't really have first-line center potential. Doesn't have maybe that super high offensive upside, but you know what? He's going to be on your PK. He's going to be on your power play. He's going to be rock solid on your second or third line, anchoring that down for a very, very long time. And Yzerman knows how valuable that is. Like when you have somebody who's guaranteed basically to give you that, you take it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Yeah, we got Kasper and then Matt Savoy to the Sabres.
Yeah,
this is a high risk, high reward pick for Buffalo. Do you like that one?
Yeah, I do, because I think it makes the most sense for Buffalo. You need to win back your fan base if you're the Sabres, and getting the most exciting player, arguably, outside of Slavkovsky, is probably the best way to do that, and somebody who can just put up points. I don't know that he's going to have a ton of help with that. That's still a problem for them, but they still have a lot of picks left to make today. So
yeah, and they've got number 16. They can maybe try and give him someone else to help out with that.
Yeah, but I will say Anaheim, San Jose, that lots of good players on the board for those two teams now.
For sure. Still. Okay, if you're Anaheim right now, would you go? Who would you go with? Was it Kamel? Is it your boy Kamel?
Yeah, yes, I'm gonna say probably Kamel for all of these picks, but I would really look at. I would look at Kamel, I would look at Nazar, and I would look at Lekiermaki.
Mm-hmm. They have some really good options. I mean, this 10-11 spot is another good place to be. Yeah, I would probably go Nazar here, but it's close. You can't go wrong with him, Kamel or Lekiermaki.
No, I just think those guys in my mind are the three guys left that are just kind of that next tier of guys that should go. So we will see. DJ Singletone asking if round 2 is tomorrow. Yes, it starts. Does it start at 7 or 8 Pacific?
8 a.m.
Yeah.
8 a.m. Pacific. So we'll be up bright and early for that one.
Yes, and it's going to kind of cruise right along. Like it
goes very fast.
Day 2 goes very, very fast. I think what's our plan, RJ? We're gonna record kind of like a post-draft pod at the end of that. So you can expect that
at the end of the 7th round, once we know all the picks and everything. Although, I mean, gosh, we have so much to talk about now that's not free agency. We'll talk about what exactly we're gonna do, because I feel like we have 10 times as much potential content now. Yeah. But we will talk about everything one way or another.
Yeah, it was supposed to be like a draft recap and free agency preview, but the draft recap is going to be a little bit more. Although I feel like we can just kind of copy paste a lot of what we've said here today.
I know. Yeah, we might have just take clips from this one.
And as we said, it kind of plays into the free agency preview. If you're going to have him, it greatly affects how you're going to go. So
exactly, it'll be interesting. It changes things. I've got to switch up what I was going to say for the free agency preview for sure.
Yeah. But keep your eyes peeled for that. We'll either drop it late tomorrow night, depending on when we have it done, or bright and early Saturday morning.
Yep. Interesting pick for the Ducks here. Are you going to question their defense finding abilities here? I know you weren't totally sold on Mintyukov.
No, I mean I like Mintyukov. I kind of had, to be honest, I know I had him ranked above Korchinski, so I think he has a little bit more of a complete game aspect to him. We still got that big frame and all that, so it's the Ducks doing what the Ducks do. They just draft defensemen, and they always seem to work out. So until it doesn't, I'm not going to question what they do.
Exactly. Got to give the benefit of the doubt at this point. So Sharks on the board now. Nazar. They've got Kamel.
Mm-hmm.
You have to pick one of those two, I would think. I've
Like
still got a little bit of my Sharks hat on here, because I'm pretty familiar with the team. I think you got to take one of those forwards.
you could go, yeah, or Lekiamaki.
Oh yeah, or Lekiamaki. Yeah, don't take a defenseman.
Yeah, probably not, especially with Minchikov and Korchinski off the board. I don't know that you'd want to go Matejchuk. Like,
No,
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 I don't think that would be a good pick for them. So,
no, I don't either.
but interesting now that we're getting picks well ahead of certainly where the broadcast is, unless my broadcast is just behind, which it actually is. So that's probably why this is going on.
Yeah, I think that's what it is, because I only said Minchikov once it was up on the broadcast.
Yeah. There we go. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I not surprised my boy Kamel is sliding. If people had concerns about the shoulder,
I had seen him mocked later, especially in the more recent mock drafts, and especially the ones that had weird things happening up top. Kamel seemed to fall.
Yeah.
And that's certainly what's happened. Yeah, I will say I made fun of some of those mock drafts that had Shane Wright go into 4 and all the crazy clickbaity things, but gotta give him credit, they had it right.
Yeah, whether they intended to or not. I still might question that, but yeah. Yeah, Dylan, how far does Kamel fall before you seriously consider trading up for him if you're the Kraken? Realistically, I don't know. He'd have to fall to the late teens, probably, because that's probably the highest you're going to be able to trade up and have it be good.
Yeah, given
value.
the ammo that you have of your second round picks, you probably can't trade much higher than the late teens. And even then, you're going to be giving up a lot of those seconds. If the Kraken are going to target someone, it's probably has to be in that 20s, mid to late 20s range, given what they have.
Yeah, which, maybe you do that. Like, you've got Shane right now, like, just go for it.
Yep.
I doubt Ron Francis would do that, though.
Interesting. The Sharks trading their pick to Arizona.
Okay. Well, that makes sense, because I feel like if you're the Sharks, you need to, accumulate more assets probably than whoever's available right here.
Yeah. For 3 picks, including pick 27, because I was going to say Arizona doesn't have a pick for a while.
Yeah. Are they getting 32 as well?
Okay, it's 27, 34, and 45.
Okay,
that's San Jose for pick 11.
That's a good return. In this draft class, that's a good return, I think.
It is. That's true. You get 3 dart throws all in that range. Even though I did like some of the players that are available here at number 11. Coyotes clearly see someone that they very much want here. They have the ammo to do it. What do they have? 4 seconds?
Yeah.
And 3 first. So they still have another first after this.
Yeah, I mean it's 32nd overall, so it's it's very late, but yeah, interesting. I'm trying to think of who the Coyotes could want. I mean, do you think it's a defenseman and they're worried like all the defensemen are going? I can't imagine.
Maybe if there's a run, although you have to know whoever they're going to take here was not going to be available at 27 where they were picking before.
Yeah, but that's a lot of people.
So my point is a run on defense. It doesn't matter when you're that far back.
That's true. That's true. Oh man.
So I think it's someone that they wanted here that maybe they didn't anticipate would get this far.
Yep. All the bandwagon.
But yeah, Mike Greer this is Mike Greer's first trade as the Sharks GM, isn't it?
Yep.
And it's a big one.
Yeah, smart trade too. Lindsay, all the bandwagon fans jumping on board the Seattle Kraken trade now. Choo choo, all aboard. Let's go. Get them all on the light rail. Let's go.
Exactly. On the light rail up to Northgate for Dev Camp. Love it.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I just thought about what the scene at the draft, the watch party at 32 Bar and Grill must have been like.
I know. What must that be like? Yeah. I don't think anyone, watching the stream is that, because why?
Yeah.
Is anyone talking about it on the Discord?
I know Jen was there.
Yeah, let's see.
I gotta think. I was gonna say, I'm with you, DJ Singleton. We need footage of that. I gotta think on Twitter there's some floating around or something, because people must have lost their minds. Rightly so. I mean, we all did.
Oh yeah, the Discord. I just checked the Discord. It was blowing up with all the Shane Wright stuff. So I'm sure it was going nuts. We're gonna have some really good accounts there from people who are at the draft party at the 32 Bar and Grill. And now that we have some more people watching this than we had before when we were talking, join the Discord. It's a great community of Kraken fans just talking hockey, talking Kraken, talking all sorts of things. But it's really awesome. It's a fun time. The link is in the description down below. Is that the correct one?
Yes, yeah, we got it.
Okay, yeah, link is in the description below. But yeah, join the Discord. It's a great community of hockey fans, and fun discussion there every single day about hockey, about around the league stuff, everything.
Yeah, it's been a nice way for us all to stay connected after the Kraken season ended, and then after the NHL season ended, and now it'll be after the draft and through free agency and all that stuff. It's been really nice just to be able to stay in touch with everybody and have us all communicate without just going on endless Twitter threads all up in each other's timelines and stuff all over the place, right? So, Hunter, best draft day in Seattle history behind KD and Wilson. Wow.
You know what?
That's a lot right there.
Yeah, and the Wilson one, people didn't know it at the time.
Yeah, that's true.
Wasn't like everyone was going around partying, celebrating. We got Russell Wilson in the third round.
Yeah. Gosh, just so excited. Lindsay, side note, I love how fast Ron made the pick, just walked right up to the mic, no preamble or anything, lol. He knew our poor hearts couldn't take any more suspense. Every year there's a couple GMs who do that. Like, they're the ones that do, they go on, like, some long story and all that kind of stuff, and that's fine or whatever, and then there are the ones that just, like, want to get out of there as fast as humanly possible, and we take whoever.
Yeah, Tim Murray was good with that when he was with the Sabres. Yes. I like that. The Sharks used to do that for a bit, too. I remember when we were there in 2015, Tim Burke just comes up and says, like, our pick from Halifax, Timo Meier.
Yeah.
And walks off.
Yeah. So, always good to see. But we're back to the matching suit and ties of the Arizona Coyotes, who is going to be joining Logan Cooley at the ASU rink.
Oh, that rink.
Yeah, because I'm
Connor
really
Geeky.
Wow, all right.
Good for Connor.
Let's see if we can get the Morgan.
Yeah, can we get Morgan on here?
Morgan, just gotta be right off frame, I would think. There we go.
There you go. At the brothers. Not get a good screenshot of that, but that's okay.
Okay, so that's an interesting pick for Arizona. There was lots of people that I saw mocking them, adding size later, obviously with the picks. I think Connor is the best guy you can get to do that. I think he's the smartest of all the like kind of bigger power forward type guys. So if you're looking for someone who can play with Logan Cooley or with their first line guy, Clayton Keller, I think Connor Geeky is the guy to do that. So I like that pick for Arizona.
Yeah, no, I do too. And you've got time too for him to really coach things up and make sure he's developing right. You don't need to rush him, and I think that's going to be good for him.
Yeah, but I will say I'm surprised to see someone give up such a package for him. Like that's
true. Yeah, they weren't originally at that spot, so clearly they really liked what they saw, and it makes sense with that kind of size, that kind of skill. That upside is rare, and it's something that if you're sold on, we kind of talked about this with like Cutter Gauthier, that some team was going to be really sold on him, and I think whenever you have that size and skill combo, you tend to see a team that really likes that player.
Exactly. So yeah, it'll be interesting. One thing I do notice there is when he took off his jacket there to get the jersey, he's all mic'd up. So that means
he is.
At some point, we're gonna get Connor Geeky draft day mic'd up experience. So that's gonna be fun.
Oh, that will be fun. Yep, that's gonna be great.
Just knowing that family and how awesome they all are and the personalities involved and everything. That'll be a lot of fun.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, hopefully we'll even get a fun little quote from Morgan or something.
Yeah, exactly. Wow. Oh man, it's been such an exciting day. Trying
I
to
know.
find a way to his ear through all the hair. It's got to get him one of these. Got to get him one of these.
Yep. Man, so much energy with the Shane Wright thing. I just
I know.
Ooh. It still hasn't sunk in, really. Yeah, I think it's not going to sink in until dev camp.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I was gonna say the first time we see him in the jersey, but we've seen that. The first time we see him on the ice at KCI and stuff,
Yep.
like that's gonna be like, whoa.
When it's going to feel real.
Yeah. It'll be really fun if Maddie's also there. If they're both there, that'll be just amazing. Really, that'll be the absolute best thing.
Yes. Oh, that'd be great. Yeah, that's true. We don't know if he's going to be there.
Hunter, Dylan, tell me how good this team is looking for next year in free agency. Hasn't even happened yet. You mean the Kraken? Because I mean we've been talking about it. The Kraken are set now, like for a decade, like unbelievable. The hardest thing to make happen is having. I mean, we talked about this earlier. The hardest thing in the world to make happen in the NHL is to have two top centermen like that, and have them be young
Exactly.
and have the ability to develop them how you want to develop them and control that experience and everything. And that's the stuff that every single championship team has had. And the Kraken are now set up arguably as good, if not better, than anybody else in the NHL. So it's just like it's absolutely remarkable. Like you could not.
I can't believe it.
You could not have scripted this better for anybody. It's just, yeah. We talked about it earlier. I'd rather wait until next off season to make your big push with free agents and all that kind of stuff. Go ahead and ease right into the NHL and focus on all that kind of stuff. But really, I mean, this takes care of a lot. I mean, you could be aggressive this off season and it wouldn't be terrible anymore because you have this locked up for so long.
Right. It just opens up so many options for you. And also hopefully I'm really hoping that it gives them the flexibility that they feel they can have to not force anything this off season. I think that's what's most important.
Yeah. Darren, odds the Kraken trade back into the first round, probably low, somewhere between 30 to 40%, if I had to guess. It'll all depend on.
Yeah, I'd say about that.
On later. They didn't have the ammunition to make a package like Arizona was just able to make. So like we said earlier, the highest we could see them doing is somewhere in the late teens, early 20s. So we won't know for a little while. And even then, they'd have to really like somebody that fell to that spot.
Yeah, exactly.
I got to think they're just as giddy as we all have been about having Shane Wright. Like, I legit think that that's one of those things that if you're the Kraken, you walked into today thinking like, hey, if we could make this happen, that would be like amazing. But you almost didn't want to think about it because you didn't want to jinx anything. And you probably weren't realistically thinking it was going to happen.
Yep, exactly. It's just one of those things where if it falls into your lap, then you take it. But you certainly never count on it.
Matejchuk. So there was kind of a run on defenseman there.
Yeah.
Wow, interesting. Very surprising. These wingers are falling far.
Yes.
Like very far. Because like the only other legit centerman was Casper, and Detroit nabbed him at 8. So all of the wingers really are falling a long way in this draft. And that does benefit the Kraken if they do decide to move up later. Maybe a Liam Ugrin, makes it into the early 20s, and you could realistically trade up for him.
Yeah, exactly. It's shaking out so differently than maybe we thought it would, and the Kraken could take advantage of that, given that they have the ammo to move up.
Yeah, very, very, very interesting. Outside of Kamel, what winger would you trade up for? Oh, go for it.
Oh no, I was just saying I'm trying to get a tweet out about Morgan and Connor Geeky, but what is the Coyotes hashtag? Do you know offhand? Is it just Yotes?
It could be Yotes. Is it something involving the moon? Like.
Maybe. I'll figure it out.
I don't know.
Anyway, go ahead while I do this.
Yeah, so DJ Singleton, outside of Kamel, what winger would you trade up for? Well, Liam Ugrin, who I just talked about, I think he has phenomenal scoring potential. If Lekkerimäki's going to keep falling, because I think him and Kamel are like super high up there, they should be going soon. I would be shocked if absolutely shocked if they both made it past 15. I'd be pretty shocked if one of them made it past 15. But if for some reason Kamel, Lekkerimäki, Ugrin, any of those guys make it to like 21, I think that's the Penguins pick. I think that pick could be in play. The Pittsburgh pick, I could see them. I heard there was rumblings of them, potentially looking to trade out of that spot. I think some of the later teens, like Dallas at 18, I heard was also potentially looking to trade, but they want NHL ready talent. I don't know that the Kraken have a great trade to make with them for that. I'm trying to think of other spots, but those would be the three guys for me that I would look at, would be Lekkerimäki, Ugrin, or Kamel. That being said, I love the upside of Brad Lambert. I love the upside of Yurov. Like if
I was going to ask you about Yurov,
because the Russian
could fall given
stuff.
the Russian factor.
Yeah, the Russian
which I'm sure has only intensified over the last few days. Because Ron Francis was asked about it in his pre-draft presser, but that was before all the Kaprizov stuff.
Yeah,
and he kind of said, well, it's definitely something you have to look at. He was pretty non-committal in the answer, but I don't know. You wonder, would you make that leap, and especially if you're trading up for him?
Yeah, I don't know. Given the recent news of the stuff that the Russian teams are doing, granted that's all been centered around the CSKA Moscow team, so it might not affect Yurov, but I could see Yurov falling, in which case, if he's in like the mid-20s and you don't necessarily have to give up too much to jump up from 35 to get him, I still think he'd be worth taking in the first round. But yes, I mean, it's for those Russian prospects, horrible timing that all that stuff is going on with like Kaprizov and the goalie. I'm forgetting his name right now, but it's
Fedotov.
Yeah, but it's like the worst timing for them because, you already had the Ukrainian situation kind of lingering over it all. But to add that on top of it, I got to think teams are just like, whew, they're really going to be looking the other way. But Yurov deserves to be kind of in this range that we're looking at now. Like, he's that good. So it's going to be interesting to see. I'll tell you what, though,
absolutely.
if he falls into the second round, I'd get on the horn and just try to trade up from 35 to 33 for him.
Yeah, just to make sure. Yeah, certainly at that point, I think it's worth the risk. Exactly. And it probably shouldn't cost you too much to move up two picks.
Not at all. Think the Penguins would want Donskoy? Probably not.
Yeah, probably not. No, and certainly with enough of their cap constraints that they have, they're just trying to fit Malkin under the cap. They're not looking to add salary. They're looking to shed it.
Exactly. Medeiros, how many jerseys did each team make? They just have their one or however many picks they're going to have. They just have some on hand. And then they just real quick, they have all the letters that they need to make any name. And then they just real quick, they have somebody stitch the letters onto a nameplate and they quick stitch that onto a jersey and then they go up. So that's a lot of sometimes what this is as they let the clock run down or as we see the pick is in and we're waiting for it. It's just because they're really quick throwing together the jersey.
Yep, and credit to the people who do that. I mean, that's tough. You have to do it very quickly. I know some people at the Kraken team store who have that job, and it's not easy, and certainly not easy to do fast.
Yeah, I'm not envious of the person who's going to have to deal with Lekkerimäki. Whoever has to real quick throw that one together and make sure it's all spelled right and everything.
Oh yeah, that's true. Putting that on the back of a jersey. Yeah,
just real quick. That'll be one.
All right, so Blackhawks at 13.
They got to be taking a forward now, I would think. Certainly there's not really any defensemen now for a while that I think are going to be going.
So this is the pick they got for Kirby Dach, right?
Yes.
Okay. It's weird to see them picking again at 13 here.
It's really weird.
And Kirby Dach to Montreal. That's so weird. That all got lost in the whole Shane Wright and the order of the top five. We didn't even really talk about that trade.
True. Yeah, we didn't at all. That trade deserves to be talked about at some point. But we'll see what they have. Hold down the fort real quick, RJ, while I let Afra out of the room. She wants her dinner.
Yes. That is important. All right. My turn to hold down the fort here. I wonder if we'll see Afra on the camera. Probably not. unfortunately, but I'm sure we'll see plenty of Afra going forward. All right, let's look at the chat here. Apologize if I move over anything. I haven't looked at it in a while.
It's our boy, Frank Nazar. Yep. That makes
Frank
sense.
Nazar. This is a really good pick. I think we both were big fans of Frank Nazar.
Yeah, again, it's one of those things where it's like, I wish he wasn't going to the Blackhawks, but I thought about him at 7 to them. I thought, hey, they could, like, he just fits their mold so perfectly in a lot of ways.
Yeah, he really does. And especially seeing that he could be there. Maybe he didn't predict that he'd fall that far, but trading Kirby Dach, I think Frank Nazar could definitely turn out to be better than Kirby Dach.
I agree. It'll be interesting to see what position he plays. I'm not sold on him being a center long term in the NHL. But yeah, I mean, they're gonna do his highlights here on ESPN, and you'll all see. He's good. Alex, no, Dogskoy. I know she'll probably be back later though. Whenever we're recording anything, she always wants to be on her bed under my desk. She thinks it's her job. But food comes first.
Yep, always.
She's been in here for 2 hours now. She's like, it's time for my half-hour lunch.
Oh, yes. I mean, so much excitement. You got to eat just to have the energy to keep up with it.
Exactly. Oh, wow.
Dylan, did you eat before this?
I did.
Okay, what'd you have? What's your lucky meal?
Well, apparently it's Panda Express.
Okay, so you have to eat Panda Express before every Kraken draft day now. And I have to eat a Reuben sandwich. So
do I have to eat Panda Express at 7:30 tomorrow morning now? Is that what you're saying?
Okay, sorry. Just before the first round. Maybe not some 7:30 a.m. Panda Express. Are they even open that early?
No, they're not.
Okay. Find a way, Dylan.
Aha, Ty also with the Panda. There we go.
Okay, clearly that's the lucky food then.
Yes. Dylan might die. Yeah, I would not enjoy Panda that early in the morning.
Yeah.
It would not be good. And what's crazy is my diet just opened up. I didn't talk about it with anybody, but for a month I had to go vegan, nothing acidic, and there was some other restrictions too. I was basically on bread and water for the last month too. So it was like the best Panda I'd ever had.
Oh, I'm sure. Is it true that your taste buds just kind of reset and it's like experiencing flavor all over again?
It is. So you know what? I'm considering like doing that like maybe once a year or like 2 weeks every 6 months, just like kind of not eating anything good, just to experience it all over again. Because I've had a couple things now and I'm just like, wow, food is amazing all over again.
Oh, that's great.
Yes, Sergio. I think the Kraken are going to have 2 of the best centers in a few years.
Yes.
It's entirely... I mean, it's super likely now. Seeing Valentina with the Panda last night. There's a lot going on here.
All right. Give us a call, Panda Express. We're looking for sponsors.
Gotta get that I think Panda
that's a good one.
Sponsorship for sure. Just have the fortune cookie. I did save that. I could have the fortune cookie tomorrow morning before the draft. Wouldn't it be wild if we cracked it open right now and there was something about like a good thing happening soon or whatever?
Yep.
Oh, that'd be great. Ty,
change the rule with the fortune cookie a little bit. Just add with Shane Wright or something.
Yeah, Ty, go on deployment to Iraq. Everything is amazing when you come back. You're not the first vet who's told me that. I will say that. What? They didn't put Nazar's name on the jersey?
Oh, really? It's a short one.
Boo. Boo. Yeah, if Brad Lambert makes it to 25, I would make a trade.
Yeah, I would too. Yeah, Brad Lambert's still on the board. I mean, Kamel is still on the board.
Kamel is still on the board. Like I said, there's a lot of names still on the board.
Yeah, Lekaramaki.
Yeah, the fact, like I said, the fact that now one of them has to at least go 15th is kind of freaking me out.
I know. I was not expecting at least one of those two to fall this far.
They felt top 10 for sure to me. I know, like, when Bob McKenzie talked about doing his scout survey and stuff, right? I mean, there were some scouts who were talking Kamel best player. There was kind of a wide thing there, but again, top 10 kind of locks both of them in a lot of teams' minds. But I guess he was just surveying teams at the back end of the draft.
Yeah, I guess so. Because clearly no team has felt that he's the best player. Yeah,
AKA the good teams that know what they're talking about.
Yep.
Outside of the Kraken.
What's making me worried now, though, is because both of those guys are still on the board. And yes, the Jets pick right now, but the Canucks pick next.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather not see one of those guys go to a division rival.
Would the Canucks draft wingers? Try to replace Besser? I know they just got like a deal done with them. What?
Trying to replace Besser, for what we all know is coming in like a year or two.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
Maybe.
It's Vancouver. We all know what can happen in Vancouver.
Oh, yes. That's true. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see Canucks Twitter if they pick someone else. I also, I mean, you're thinking if it's Patrick Alvin, right? He's Swedish. Lekkerimäki, or is Lekkerimäki Swedish, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe something there.
Yeah, but, I mean, all the Djurgården guys are still there, which is kind of wild.
Yep.
So we'll see where they all go. Winnipeg is interesting, though. I had a hard time mocking for them because it's just, are they rebuilding or are they not? Like,
the bonus hire suggests that they're not, but I don't know.
I know. What's keeping teams away from Kamel? I think right now teams are just staying away from wingers in general, especially wingers without size. I think that's the first and foremost thing keeping them away from Kamel. Secondly, maybe they're worried about his shoulder injury, although he looked healthy towards the end of the year and was right back to scoring and stuff again. So I don't think that that's really a concern. But for the most part, I mean, we've only seen Savoy and Geeky go as wingers.
I think so, yeah.
Am I completely spacing on someone? Well, Rutger McGroarty now, but
yeah, I mean Slavkovsky.
Yeah, well, yeah, Slavkovsky, but up there, it's almost doesn't matter. But as far as like from the slide, like I just think teams are staying away from wingers. McGroarty is more of a grinded out kind of guy. Like, I had them taking Geeky. I felt like that was kind of the direction they wanted to go. I think with Geeky off the board, this is your next best bet to kind of have somebody who's going to play that grinded out in the corners, stocky guy who's going to get net front for you, all that kind of stuff. This is the, obviously what Winnipeg wants. So it makes sense over somebody like a Kamel. That being said, I would take the offensive upside that the other guys have that I don't think McGroarty has.
For sure. But I think you kind of hit the nail on the head here with this is the closest player to Connor Geeky that they could have picked stylistically. And I think you accurately judged what they were looking for in a player. And this kind of fits their profile and it fits with some of the other players that they have too.
Yeah.
Let's see. Gauthier is the only listed as a winger. Even Geeky's listed as a center from the Sandpipes. Yeah, everyone's listed as a center at this age. Know. So yeah, Canucks on the board now. They've got some good options.
They really do.
Who would you go if you were Alvin? Who would you take? Kamel, right?
Yeah, well, yes. My answer is Kamel for all these teams, but I could see them. Well, they might want to stay away from Lekkerimäki just because of some of the, there's rumblings about his coachability and friction there with people and stuff. So maybe if you're Vancouver, you don't want to add that to your equation that you have going on.
Right.
But otherwise, Lekkerimäki, I think, suits them the best.
Yeah, I agree. And then after that, you've got Buffalo with the Vegas pick from the Eichel trade. I'm glad Vegas is no longer in that spot. They would have some good options there.
Oh, man.
Imagine Kamel on the Golden Knights.
That would have been terrible.
They would have been able to get one of Kamel or Lekkerimäki.
Yeah, that would have been insane. And like we said, I mean, there's other good options in here too. Liam Ugrin is not bad at all. Yurov is not bad at all.
Yep.
it's these teams here picking in what's normally the worst spot to be in because you've just missed the playoffs or you've got bounced from the playoffs super early because you're not really there yet, but you're not really high enough to get a great player. They're gonna get good players here.
Mm-hmm.
What's this draft? It doesn't make sense.
It's such a weird draft, but I love it though.
Yeah, it's been so much fun. Wow, his parents look so happy. They're having such a good time.
Oh, that's great. Love to see that. Look at his dad.
I know.
They're so proud. Love to see it.
Yeah, okay, so I like this comment from Seabird. Feels like Kamel and Lekiamaki fell due to concerns about how they slot in if they're not top 6 shooters. We've seen quite a few players in recent drafts whose main skill was their shot struggle. Not what I personally think, but maybe what NHL teams are thinking. It's entirely possible that that's what teams are thinking. I think you could definitely be onto something with some of these teams. I mean, we've seen things like that be undervalued even by the Jets, right? With Laine. Like this idea that this person could have the best shot in the draft. It's a fantastic skill, but we'd rather have somebody who's going to fit our system better, or you know what I mean, like going to be more coachable. Like I said, that might be the case with Lekiamaki. The size aspect of it, right? We're seeing them value these other things instead, and I'm not sure that we've seen a team really build a successful Stanley Cup contender with that mindset yet.
Mm-hmm.
I think I think you should always go with the best player, the best skill set. Like if I just think that's the best way to go, and then you work around that rather than trying to do things. Because the bottom line is, I know you're maybe not concerned about things long term, but if you're a fan, would you rather have the best player or the person who best fits your current coaching regime that could go away in a year or two, and now you're stuck with a player who doesn't necessarily fit with what the team is going to bring in after that? You know what I mean? Like, obviously that's not the concern of the GM or the coach, because they'd be fired in that case scenario, so what do they care? But I just think the long-term viability of a franchise, you just need to have the best players in there and then figure out a way to make it all work. And if you have a good coaching staff and you have a good front office, you will find a way to make it work.
Well said. I mean, when the talent is undeniable like that, you can find ways to make it work and to fit them into what you need. And by the time these players are ready to hit their prime too, you don't know exactly what you're going to need and what your organization's going to look like. It's so hard to forecast out 2, 3, 4 years into the future. So it's best to just kind of take the player with the best tools. So I agreed with you on that point.
Yeah, it's not like the NFL where you're drafting for team need because these players are going to step in and help out and play on your team right away. This is like, it's not as extreme as in baseball, but like, could you imagine if teams in baseball were like, wow, we had like, no shortstop this year. We better draft a shortstop. So in 4 years, when he finally gets here, we'll have a shortstop. Like, it makes no sense. Like, you just can't work that way. You got to grab the best player available. Because you don't know how long it's going to take. As we fall into the teens here, the development cycle is going to be 2 years really before these guys get to the NHL, or at least before they're producing in the NHL a lot. Because that's the other thing. They could get to the NHL, but they're not going to be like dominant right away. Most players aren't.
Yeah, exactly. Look 2 drafts ago and kind of see where guys in the late teens are, as far as what they've been able to do so far. Doesn't mean later down the road they can't be good, but you have to be realistic about the timeline.
Exactly. So that's why I'd always pick the best player available, but doing things based on what's best for your current goings on hasn't seemed to hurt any coaches or GMs as far as rehire ability around the league. So what do I know?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, and you look at, let's see, what pick are we in? This is 15?
15, yeah.
You look 2 years ago, starting pick 15, Rodion Amarov, Caden Gooley, Lucas Reichel, Dawson Mercer, Braden Schneider, Shakir Mukamadulin, I think that's how it's pronounced. But anyway, those are the guys, and they're not really, big producers at the NHL yet, but those are the players that you're dealing with.
Yeah, as you see Lekiamaki go here to Vancouver, that made the most sense.
Yep, that's a good pick for Vancouver. Don't love that from a Kraken perspective, but what can you do?
I was gonna say, stop me if you've heard this before in Vancouver. A small, skinny guy who just scores a lot.
Exactly. As you see 165 pounds as the
Yeah.
listed weight there for Lekaramaki. But I don't think they mind how it worked out last time.
No.
And I think they'll take that again.
Yeah. So interesting. Buffalo's in a good spot. Nashville's in a good spot now too. It's gonna be interesting. And
Yeah.
we'll see if we start seeing trades up or down.
Yeah, exactly. As players kind of get to places where maybe teams didn't think they'd be available, you might see more teams look to try and trade up as it was unexpected. So yeah, you got Buffalo there, Nashville next, Dallas, and then Minnesota.
Yeah. That's what I was going with for Alex. That's what, that's just the short
Short
Pedersen quote.
Pedersen clone. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
that was kind of the idea there. Um, checking back in, love the graphics update. I know, Four Horsemen. It is such a fantastic day to be a Kraken fan. Um, yeah, it's gonna be so interesting. I think if I'm Buffalo, I don't trade down. I would have considered it earlier, but I would like who's around now. But
Mhm.
yeah, it's the way it is. Yeah, I mean, look, if you're concerned with Camel's shoulder about how the injury may have healed, again, they have access to medical stuff that obviously we don't sitting here. If you're concerned about anything about how his shoulder injury healed or about him not having the size that it might happen again, then those are
Yep.
concerns for Kamel. Again, I don't like doing that. If we just saw Alex DeBrincat, the smallest guy you're ever gonna see out there, score 40 goals in the NHL pretty regularly and be super valuable as a trade chip. So I hate when teams get afraid of size because we've seen players can work around it just fine, but it's a real thing.
And if you have the talent, you can make it work. And I think Camel's one of those that has the talent and the instincts as well,
Yeah,
as you pointed out in your scouting video, to make it work.
yeah. Um, TJ Singleton trade up for Brad Lambert. I need this. Yeah, if the Kraken draft Lambert, do you think that helps his chance that he goes to the Thunderbirds?
I would imagine so. I think you might have the organization pushing a little bit to have him right in their backyard. I think it would all work out very well. Yeah, I think at that point you'd probably see him going to the Thunderbirds.
Yeah, I would agree. Mm. What a situation that would be for the Kraken.
Oh yeah, can you imagine?
Yeah. Do you have the list of exactly what numbers the second rounders are? I know the first one's 35, and then what, 41, 49?
Oh, it's 49.
49, yeah.
Yeah, let me take a look at that.
So yeah, 35 and then 49. So only that their own second round pick is kind of super high in the second round. Otherwise, you're looking at mid to late second round for the other three. Unfortunately, all those teams had to go and make the playoffs.
Yeah, so here is
Here we go.
list.
49, 58, 61.
Yep, those are the one.
Yep. Thank you, Sandpipes.
Thank you.
So yeah, they
And
they
then
are
68 shortly after is their first pick of the third round.
yeah. So they are kind of later, mid to late second round picks, most of them. Which is why any trade into the first is going to for sure mean that you're giving up that 35th pick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. It's gonna be necessary.
The other thing, and I think somebody mentioned this earlier. I think it might have been Brian, but what about this, RJ? Kind of sticking with what you and I were thinking about and talking about. Of don't go all in this off season if you're the Kraken. Go ahead and play it slow. What about then, don't worry about making the playoffs this year and throw your hat into the old Bedard lottery next year.
Maybe. I don't know that you need that at this point, and I don't think you necessarily want to be that bad. At least to have a really good odds in the lottery. I think the fans might be a little bit more accepting of it after what's happened with Beniers and Shane Wright. But still, I don't know that you want to be that bad. As much as it might be the smarter thing to do on paper, I think with the non-hockey concerns, and trying to build a fan base, it's not the best thing to do.
No, probably not.
Not to be that bad.
Yeah. I mean, things happen. Things happen. Uh, let's see. Lindsay letting us know Shane Wright just posted his first video as a Kraken on their IG page. So that's cool. Everybody could go check that out.
Yep, I just saw it. Just gave it a retweet.
And then Stratic, have any of the 3 preceding GMs answered directly or indirectly why they didn't take Wright? My guess would be not yet. And that might not happen until the end of the draft tomorrow. Like, that might be an over the weekend kind of thing. Because
yeah, I think so.
Any media they do tonight is just going to be about who they picked.
Mm-hmm. And it's all going to be just kind of in person right there at the tables, rushing everyone through.
Yeah, exactly. So I think those are going to be questions that their media pools are going to have for them a little bit later. Wow. Interesting pick here for Buffalo. Noah Usland.
Is it Usland?
It's more of an ooh.
Usland. Okay.
Yeah. Pure distributor. Like this is one of those guys where he's gonna score 15 goals in the NHL, but he's gonna have 70 points. he's just gonna have a million assists. Super smart player. Very, very smart player. The stuff I was thinking of, because I saw people referring to him kind of like Joe Thornton just because of his distributor abilities and kind of how smart he plays, but he doesn't really have that size. I thought of Igor Larionov personally, right? Just kind of that, the super smart guy, not going to score a ton of goals out there, but he's going to get things done for your team, and he'll be quiet about it just because that's just their nature. But yeah, I mean, there you see it. He had more assists than games played last year.
That's pretty good.
That's a hard thing to do.
Another smaller frame too. You see 5'10" and listed at 164.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see he looks pretty skinny there. Is he a guy that's definitely going to need to bulk up?
Yeah. Well, yeah. So, I mean, a lot of these guys are going to need to, as we see the jersey absolutely hanging on him there. But, again, this is the big thing for me. What is he? He's a center.
Mm-hmm. And centers are valued higher, and someone especially that projects as a center, can be a riser in the draft like this.
Right. So, could he maybe be a first line center one day? I think he's got maybe more upside to that potentially just because of how smart he is as a player. It'll be interesting to see if Buffalo thinks Savoy is going to be staying at center. That's one I'm curious about, or if not, because I think he's smart enough to play with Savoy really, really nicely if they do want to move Savoy to the wing. I think that they could do a lot of fun and cool stuff in Buffalo together. So it'll be interesting. But yeah, I mean, my big takeaway from this draft after the shakeup in the top 4 has just been how absolutely locked in teams have been on taking centers or wingers with size. That's it. That's all we've seen.
Pretty much. Yeah. I mean, we had that run on D, but after that, it's just been centers and wingers with size. You can see what is valued in the league right now.
Yeah. Answering some quick questions here. DJ Singleton, is the NHL Draft 2 or 3 days? It is 2 days this year. Gosh,
2 days.
Was it 2015? No, it was. Which draft was it that it was 1 day they tried? I went to one of those and it was miserable. 2013, yeah, I think.
I think it was 2013.
Yeah, it was miserable.
They learned their lesson and stopped doing that.
Everybody hated it. It was horrible. So yeah, it's 2 days. The second through 7th rounds will be happening tomorrow. Starts very early, 8 a.m. on the Pacific Coast. Their time, our time. Don't know where you're at. Let's see. It seems like having Wright will make us more attractive to free agents. Yes, I would think so. Maybe not necessarily this offseason, but certainly long term it will.
Yep. You're better able to sell your team from a position of we're going to have success. Yeah. I know there are free agents out there that value winning, and now Seattle can be in that conversation.
Exactly. Tom, who wins a cup first, Golden Knights or Kraken? I mean, Golden Knights are obviously better suited for it in the short term, but I think long term the Kraken are way better built to have sustained success. So maybe the Golden Knights get one first, but the Kraken could be the first to multiple.
Yeah, and if it's not in the next 2 years, if Vegas doesn't win in the next 2 years, I'm all in on Kraken as the answer to that question.
Exactly. Did anyone answer my question about if both Shane and Maddie go on Power Play Unit 1? I had to go away for a bit. No, must not have seen it, Stratic. Sorry. if both of them are on the same unit power play, I don't I don't know that I want them to be, because they're both the kind of guys that are going to want to cycle through the zone themselves. Like maybe if they have good chemistry, maybe you can make that work. You can do like lots of fun crosses, like across the zone with each other, and like misdirection and stuff. They can be doing like weird little handoff passes and stuff that could be really fun and cool to watch. But otherwise, I would want them split up realistically, because it's not like either one of them is going to be like your trigger man on the power play.
Exactly. And I think a power play unit with both those guys on it, as much skill as there would be, I think Kraken fans would find it frustrating just because of how much the puck was moved around without a shot. And you might
Yes.
have one of those units where all the fans go, shoot, shoot, and which could get a little annoying. And I think that if you have a good second unit too, with one of those guys on it, it could still be very good.
Yeah. Hunter's still just so hyped. I think we all are. It's been so fun.
Yes.
Stu, will I be alive when the Kraken win a cup? Might take 20 years, folks. Doesn't magically happen. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. There is no guarantee. Just because the Kraken now are set at, the hardest thing to get together, they have gotten together now. It still doesn't mean anything. Go ask Toronto fans. Sorry, Lindsay.
Mm-hmm.
But it's true, right? Like, there are no guarantees when it comes to any of these things. We've seen dominant franchises, dominant teams be together, and it take very, very long. I mean, I had basically given up hope on Alex Ovechkin ever winning a cup, right? Like, that was a long time before he finally got one done. It could be argued the same with the Tampa group, with this Colorado group, right? We've been talking about, like, hey, maybe it just takes a little longer before these get there. But yeah, no, just because the Kraken are looking really solid for it, it is not a guarantee. That's for sure. Long way to go.
No,
still.
definitely. And growing up a Sharks fan, I certainly know that that's the case. You can have everything set up and be the favorites for a long time, and still got to get it done at the end of the day.
Yeah. Stratic, maybe one of them learns to be a power play sniper like Draisaitl did. Great players can do that, right? Yes, they can, but I will say Draisaitl had a better shot. Like his shot was better coming in than either Matty Beniers or Shane Wright's are. Back in his draft year, Draisaitl had a better shot. He had better ways of finishing and stuff. Like he was more of a sniper back then.
He's got a frame that lends himself better to that sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly. So I could see Shane Wright, if you're gonna do it, maybe he can't be the whole like, oh, I'm gonna like be here on the face-off dot kind of guy. But I think Shane Wright would be a nasty like backdoor kind of tap-in guy. Like I could see that really being something. And you know what? I totally trust Matty Beniers to be able to cycle through the zone and make some sick no-look pass right to him.
Yep, as Shane Wright just gets lost in the coverage and taps it home.
So if it was to happen, that's how it would happen in my mind.
Yep.
Stanley Cup final 3 years in a row, not good enough to be GM of the year, I guess. That's from Alex.
Has he won one yet?
Oh my gosh, that's a good point. I don't know. I mean, and he should have too, because like I know there's probably people who are like, well, Yzerman set him up all good or whatever, but like he made all the moves that finally got him there.
Exactly, he did, and also the cap gymnastics too. That's a lot of what it is when you have a team like that too, and getting guys to re-sign. A lot of those big, those contracts that provided so much cap value were Brisebois doing, especially the recent ones, and getting everyone to stay. I think he certainly deserves one. Although this year, hard to argue with Sakic.
Lou won twice over him from Alex. Oh man.
Yeah, that's not right.
Aaron, check out Shane's death stare at the Habs table as he's getting his photo taken with Bettman. Woof. Yeah, everybody's bringing that up. Oh, I can't wait to see that picture. I don't remember it happening live, but I honestly don't remember much of it live because I was just so happy and freaking out. I wasn't paying attention.
That was from the broadcast as it was happening?
I guess
so. Death stare at the Habs table. There it is. Take a look at it. Oh, yeah, he stared him down. Oh, that's good. Just a little smile with Bettman for the picture. Love it.
Yeah, there we go. That's the motivation.
You got that in Seattle now.
Yep.
Can't get enough of this.
Alex, just like John Cooper, has never won Coach of the Year despite checks notes conference final 6 times in 8 years. It's a regular season award, though.
It's true. It is. It is. All out the window.
Who do the Kraken take at 35? It's way too early, Scott, to say. There's still lots of good players on the board here in the first round.
Yep. Yeah, I think anyone that we were kind of hoping would fall is all just still on the board pretty much. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, we went into this kind of wanting wingers and stuff outside of that first pick at 4th overall. You know, we were kind of all thinking that would be a defenseman there. But we knew that wing was a problem potentially long term for the Kraken, and so we wanted to see wingers. So all these guys falling, all these wingers falling, it is setting up nicely for the Kraken if they do want to trade up, or maybe they just kind of keep falling, and one is there at 35.
Yep. Pred's on the board. Let's see, what are they gonna do? I wouldn't be surprised to see Kamel here. Nashville's pretty smart.
Yeah. No, for sure. They always do well. Ty, who was the drunk media guy who said Shane goes 4th? What a wise one. I don't remember exactly who it was, but yeah, they nailed it. Good for them. They absolutely nailed it.
Hey, it's 2022. Clickbait wins, apparently.
Yeah.
I think it was Corey Pronman.
Yeah. There we go.
He's a genius.
Yeah. Lindsay asking how long the stream's gonna go all the way to the end. I mean, that was the plan, was to do the first round.
The end of the first round.
We'll see.
Feels so long now, though.
I know. As it gets into this section, this is where the whole all the media fanfare stuff, the TV interviews with either the GM or the player after every pick, this is where it starts to wane. Obviously for us, because the Kraken already had the big exciting thing that gave us a shot of adrenaline, and now we're kind of on the down from that. But even in person, it kind of you just get antsy as players fall, like Kamel, like Yurov, right, like Yermaki had done. When the players fall, you get very antsy of okay, just get to the next pick, because you're just trying to see how it's all going to play out from there.
Yep. Let's see, GM of the Year award voting. Ron Francis did not get a vote. Not particularly surprised.
I was going to say, were we expecting him to?
No, definitely not. Maybe next year.
All right.
Still 2 picks away, but I've got a fun Bill Guerin thing to share on Twitter.
Okay. Is this where we see? Random, but... Is this where we see Bichelle just because it's Smashville?
Oh, maybe.
Wouldn't that be fun? Selection.
Oh, yep. Kamel. That's a smart pick.
Absolutely. I mean,
great fit.
Talk about insurance if Forsberg leaves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you might just have your new Philip Forsberg here. And like Philip Forsberg, it's someone who fell quite a ways in the draft.
Yeah.
And for a few picks in a row was the #1 guy on all the major boards, and then just fortuitously falls to the Predators. So gonna have a similar situation here.
Well, he fell to the Caps, and then the Caps traded him.
Oh yeah, the Caps. What am I talking about? Yep.
But eventually
Martin Erat, all that.
Yeah, I mean, it was a ridiculous trade, but it eventually ended up in Nashville, and it's been very, very successful there. Would love to hear what the ESPN people have to say about him, but he's just, like I've been saying it all along, he's been kind of my favorite player through this whole draft process.
Mm-hmm.
Been live for a while, you could tell. So yeah, I think that's a huge steal from Nashville, and yeah, there's just some franchises that seem to do that often, and they're one of them.
Yeah, definitely, and sometimes it's as simple as taking the guy who falls into your lap. The Kraken know that well from this year, but it still is a big thing to not overthink it or go off the board. We've seen teams, all the teams leading up to this pick do that. The 3 teams before the Kraken this year kind of do that. So
yeah, and just as I was going to agree with DJ Singleton that you can't recreate Philip Forsberg's flair, though, we get the shot of Kamel's parents and his dad rocking the bow tie.
There you go. That's a good start.
I don't know, because I was gonna agree, but now maybe that's in him somewhere.
All right, look at Kamel here. How would a mustache look on that face? I think pretty good.
I think pretty good. Yeah, I think he'll be fine. And yeah, I mean, this is one of those things of if Nashville can keep Forsberg, like, oh my gosh, could you imagine the two of them playing together? And if not, can
Yep.
you imagine? You know, it's great insurance.
Mm-hmm.
Just works out for him. Let's see what we got. So lots of stuff in here about people talking about the GM of the year votes and stuff. The one that stood out to me was Alex with the Ken Holland got 3 first place votes. Did he really? Are you
Looking
being
at the voting
serious
here
right now?
Yes, he did. He finished fourth. He had 3 first place votes, 7 second place votes, and 5 third place votes.
Who votes on this award?
Is it the other? Is it the other GMs?
It might be the other GMs.
Here, I got the email from the NHL about it. So,
if it's the other GMs, they should all be fired. It must not be one that's voted on at the end of the regular season. They must have just gone like, wow, he got them to the conference finals.
Voting was conducted among NHL club general managers and a panel of NHL executives, print and broadcast media at the conclusion of the second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Well, that explains
that's
why Ken Holland got all those votes. Look at the timing.
Everything you need to know is explained right there. It's the most insider voted award, and it's the only one conducted after round 2. So, all right, that makes a little bit more sense then. But wow. And shame here, we're not getting to hear from Kamel or Nashville or anything because we're hearing Joe Sakic talk about.
And you know what? Hey,
award.
Guess conducted after the second round of the playoffs. Guess who the top 4 finalists were? Joe Sakic, Colorado. Julien Brisebois, Tampa. Chris Drury, New York Rangers, and Ken Holland, Edmonton Oilers.
Amazing, absolutely amazing.
Simple as that.
All the more surprising than why Brisebois hasn't won one.
Seriously, yeah, they've been there, especially if it's always been conducted at the end of the second round.
He's there every year.
Yep. All right, so we know what Ron Francis has to do to get in the top 4 for this award.
Yeah, I guess so.
The Kraken have to reach the conference finals.
Ty asking if that's Hackstall's kid walking around. Can't think of anyone else that would have that jersey. Yeah, almost always the kid down there that helps them out is the child of someone involved. So I would guess so. Alex, he gave him
and it says Hackstall on the back of the jersey, so
yeah, that's generally the clue. He gave a mega long speech that is now being interviewed again. Just won the cup. They love it.
Yeah.
Let's see.
All right. Feels like the picks are going a lot slower now.
That's what I'm saying. It just always feels that way. Oh, Madero's asking about Furcus. Well, the way wingers and stuff have been falling, not looking good for the first round, I'd say.
No, especially with that size. I would think might fall into the second, but that could be good for the Kraken.
Yeah, sorry, Maderos. And then I'm gonna look up. Let's see who we have here. Maderos, I hate it here. Sorry. Let's see. Tampa for an undersized player? I mean, it's certainly possible.
Yeah, that's true. I can see them doing that.
Yeah. Like I said, he kind of reminds me of a Corey Perry. Why not bring him in? Like, you know, by the time Perry's contract runs out, maybe he's added 50 pounds of muscle and he's ready to go.
There you go.
It's a chance.
Really got to hit the gym there.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about it when we kind of did our draft preview. Like, I was just like, even like the best players, like, you know, they stick them on like some 25,000 calorie a day diet just to get weight on them and all that stuff. And it's just like, they'll add like 15 pounds. It's just like, even if Furcus added 25, which would be like the extreme end of what is manageable, he's still going to be small.
It's true. I think teams definitely could be scared off by that.
Yeah, I could see Tampa also going with Trekazov. I mean, that's who I had them take in my mock. So yeah.
Oh, that's sweet, Dylan. Have you seen the inside lining of Kamel's jacket?
No. Is it
I'm gonna
cool? Because
DM it
then I'm
to
gonna
you.
just gonna be sad all over again.
Yeah, why can't I send you a DM?
Well, I'm
It is
busy on
cool.
Discord with you right now, so
Yeah,
um,
fair enough. Yeah, we're in the middle of something right now.
yeah. And did see your comment up there, Seabird. I do want to get to that in a sec. But just because I see everybody asking about Bichelle here, Bichelle is like the prototypical uh, playoff defenseman. Like this guy is just gonna suck having to play against the playoffs for a very, very long time. It's just a big dude who's very smart, knows how to use his body. I thought he made all the sense of the world in Minnesota the way they've been playing hockey, but I guess Dallas decided they needed some of that nastiness. Maybe they felt that that's what, in part didn't move them forward. I mean, I get it. If you're Dallas, you need forward help now. It doesn't make sense to draft the forward and then be like, well, in a couple of years maybe, right? Like you need your forward help now, so it makes sense to go ahead and add this to your blue line prospect pool and go to free agency for forward help.
Right, and they're in a good position, especially with their recent drafts here, as you see Peter DeBoer on the
Mm-hmm.
stage. Um, with guys like Wyatt Johnson, they've done a good job drafting. Later is Stankoven? He's a Stars prospect, right? Logan Stankoven.
Oh, maybe. I always think of him as Carolina because I mocked him there, but he didn't go
I
there.
know, I remember that, but I know he didn't go there.
Logan
Um,
Stankoven.
yes, Stars. He was a second round pick for
Yeah,
the Stars
yeah.
last year. So they've done a good job drafting recently, and I think Michelle will go right into that. But it's usually been forwards that they've taken. So now they kind of round out their prospect pool with the defenseman.
Yeah, I really liked Bichelle when I was watching his game. Like it's boring, right? Like he's Swedish defenseman. It's boring, kind of thing. Well, he's from Switzerland, but he's been trained in Sweden, and it's just one of those like, all right, he's not like an offensive wizard. He doesn't bring that kind of stuff. But like I said, he's gonna be that kind of, you know, uh, I don't know. I don't want to give him the Alexiak comp that kind of play different styles. I'd argue Bichelle's style is
Right.
maybe more valuable in the playoffs than Alexiak's too. But he's just going to be such a punishing guy that you're going to have to deal with. I mean, he just blankets guys in coverage in front of the net
Mm-hmm.
and stuff, and you just can't move him because he's so big. And when you're trying to enter the zone, he loves to he does this really cool thing where he it looks like you have the outside track on him, and then he just closes that space so fast, and the next thing you know, you're just sandwiched between him and the boards, and it's just like I would never want to play against this guy.
Guys with elite closing speed are so tough to play against. You know, defensemen that can just almost without really moving their skates, just kind of pivot themselves to cut off the end boards. He didn't have the same kind of size, didn't do it the same way, but Duncan Keith was one who was really good at that and just made him so tough to play against. And then thinking back from my old, growing up with Sharks days, Kyle McLaren, especially with his hip checks too,
Yeah,
you'd never see it coming.
yeah. Exactly, as everyone talked about the whole the elite commentary of you can't teach size. It's yeah, I mean, yeah, okay, Sandpipes, does Michelle play the way you wish Alexiak played? Yeah, a little bit. Like I wish
That's a good
Alexiak
question.
used his size a little more in this way. There's a couple really big defenders around the NHL that I wish played more like Bichelle, and that's why I kind of am a little more high on him long term and high on him in the playoffs. I mean, that's the kind of thing like it's going to be punishing to play against somebody like that. I don't think he's going to be a top pairing defenseman. Like I said, he doesn't have a lot of RJ upside. I just saw your name there. Offensive upside. It's basically the same thing. RJ offense,
Yeah, come
whatever.
on.
Doesn't have a lot of offensive upside, any of that kind of stuff. But I just think that he's going to be so tough to play against defensively and just so punishing, and nobody's going to be looking forward to it. And that is valuable in its own way, especially in deeper playoff series.
Yep.
RJ, are you a fellow member of the Dan Boyle fan club?
Yes, I am. No, I do like Dan Boyle. His time with the Sharks, he was a great defenseman there. And just someone who's so fun to watch too. What he was able to do with the blue line, wasn't the biggest guy, but really dangerous offensively, and also going from being, was he either undrafted or was like the ninth, I think undrafted, and working his way all the way up to being one of the top defensemen in the league. Got a lot of respect for Dan Boyle, that's for sure.
All right, do you want to give us your Billy Guerin thing now?
Okay,
As making his way
it's
up
a
there?
video. I just tweeted out. Everyone check the ECH Twitter. It is a great video of his first round pick in 2018 when he was an assistant GM with the Penguins. Now the Penguins did not have a first round pick, but he made the best pick of the first round. He drafted a salami and cheese sandwich, and it is a great video, and everyone should go check it out and watch it.
Okay. I'd make
On Twitter at Emerald City HKY.
Yes, he was an undersized offensive defenseman before his time. Talk about Dan Boyle. And I know Seabird's after this pick now. Just because everyone had so many questions about Michelle. But I won't get back to the other one, Seabird's question, because it involves Kamel. All right. Who's Minnesota got, RJ? Who's just the biggest person available now? That's who they're taking.
Biggest person available now. Oh wait, Michelle's off the board.
I know. None of the other defensemen in this tier are big, is the thing.
No. Who's the guy? Like late first
Pickering.
round, like 6'5".
Oh,
Pickering. That's yes.
That would be the one.
Ooh, Liam Ogren.
All right. I love his game. I wish he had kept falling, so that the Kraken maybe could have traded up.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean that's just a super solid pick. He's got probably the best size of the wingers that have been floating around. He's bigger than the last couple that we were talking about. Got great scoring ability. I think more translatable scoring ability than Lech Yermaki to the NHL, at least in the short term. Lech Yermaki's more like got the pure shot, like we were talking about earlier. That question of do you go with the pure shot or whatever. Ugren has the ability to get open and the ability to like get lost behind defenses and all that kind of stuff. And so he was my kind of like mid to late first round kind of steal candidate. Little did I know so many guys were going to fall into that territory. But I think that's a very, very smart pick for Minnesota, and I think he'll fit in well with the kind of elite playmakers that they have there already and are going to be there for a while.
Yeah, and they're going to be looking for, especially with the cap trouble that they have over the next few years, looking for guys who can step in and be contributors with the talent that they already have and who are going to be on ELCs and able to do that cheaply and effectively.
Yeah. So we'll see. Trying to think. I don't know that there's really anybody left worth trading up for either as like a
looking at this list, I don't
candidate.
think so.
They all managed to be taken kind of right before this window now that we get into the 20s of the teams that I think would be more open to trading back. Like I said, Pittsburgh, there had been rumblings there. You know, if you're Pittsburgh, you're looking at your competitive window is still very much this year and next year. None of these prospects are going to help you there. You might as well accumulate draft picks so you can start getting that prospect pool ready for a couple of years from now. Like dart throws are very much more in your favor. I think Washington might be in that situation too. So I could see a trade with either of these two upcoming picks potentially. But I'm not sure, you know, unless you really have no concerns over the Russian factor and you just are afraid of Yurov falling any more than he already has. I don't know that there's anybody else worth trading up for. Even Brad Lambert, Sandpipes.
That's right. Lambert's still on the board, but yeah, certainly not at this juncture yet.
So,
good question there for Michael. Or if we're going to list our top available players after tonight before round 2 tomorrow. Yeah, I think we should definitely do that.
Yeah, we will. Do you think Kraken should pick at 35 tomorrow and then leverage the other picks? Yeah, ideally. You know, Ron Francis had talked about that. He kind of hoped he wasn't going to make all of those picks, but it looks the way things are trending, that's going to be the case.
All right, Bill Guerin doing an interview here. Who's up next?
It's Washington, Pittsburgh, and then Anaheim. Like I said, I think all three of these picks are potentially, you know, gettable if you wanted them.
But yeah, I would think so.
All right, to get back up to Seaberg's question, Kamel to Nashville is ironic because he made me think of Eli Tolvain.
Eli Tolvanen.
Tolvanen. The Finnish ones also get me. It's the French and the Finnish that get me. Who was also picked by Nashville. People fell in love with his shot when he was in Jokerit. Looked lights out in the KHL and the Olympics, and I was surprised that he didn't pop off with Nashville right away. Are there big differences between his and Kamel's game? I do kind of like that comp. I think Kamel plays with a little more hockey IQ. I think Kamel's better about getting open, especially in things like the power play. I think he's better about keeping those passing lanes open and that kind of stuff. But otherwise, it's just one of those. Sometimes we do see that transition where it's a little bit slower, especially coming from the KHL specifically. That tends to be the league that is the hardest to make the transition to, from the KHL to the NHL. I feel like a lot of times we see players that they're not young anymore, and they try to make that transition, and it's a little harder for them to figure out how to get space. Really is the biggest factor, because not only are you playing potentially on smaller ice and all that stuff, but just the overall physicality and the size aspect and everything, they struggle finding space. And I feel like Kamel's a little better about naturally finding ways of getting open and finding ways of keeping those passing lanes open and stuff. That being said, I think both of them are going to be successful in Nashville long term, and it wouldn't surprise me to see that kind of offensive explosion kind of happen now for Tolvanen.
Right. And I think you look at the skill difference, and there's a reason that Kamel kind of fell to, what was it, 17, and Tolvanen was taken at 30. I think that just kind of accounts. But I do think that they do play similar games, and I do like that comp.
Yeah. I mean, and you love the Finnish factor.
I do. I really do. I love the Finns.
It's a good one. I mean, it is like the Finnish cycle game and all that stuff that they do. Like, it's a valuable asset to have, and it's something I think all prospects should have to learn coming up.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's.
And we're seeing the success they have at the international level too. It's good hockey.
I was gonna say, and you know what? I see hints of it in things like the Minnesota power play and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I think I was just gonna say, I think that might be the next evolution of power play. As everybody goes to the 1-3-1 and we start seeing that kind of run its course, I think something like that kind of classic Finnish cycle game could be the answer to what the next, power play thing is.
Yeah, I could see that.
If you have the players to pull it off.
Right. All right, Miroshnichenko.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so obviously Washington, not one of the teams that's not going to be afraid of the Russian factor. No. I thought them and Tampa, they certainly make the most sense for these. Obviously, love to see Miroshnichenko taken this high, and to be taken in the first round and everything. Just all the struggles he had to deal with health wise and everything over the course of this season. Like I said, he plays a power forward style game. I question if he's got the size to see it through, but you know what? If anybody's going to be able to really teach him the better aspects of that, Alex Ovechkin, right?
Yeah, I think this is a case of just perfect fit for the team, and especially can kind of take advantage of, with the Russian factor this year. Like you said, the Caps are one of those teams, probably not as worried about it as other teams, and they can take advantage here.
Yeah, exactly. So, but he's a winner. He has leadership, like, all the leadership attributes that you'd want to, like, this could be the guy who, eventually one day takes over as captain for that team. It wouldn't surprise me to see that happen one day. So, his work ethic is obviously off the charts, as he's already back training after all of his cancer treatments and everything. So, yeah, I think this is a really, really solid pick for the Capitals long term. Like I said, is it going to help with the, in these waning days of Ovechkin's championship window, like your cup window for Washington? Probably not. I think he's a good 2 years out from making the jump over to the NHL, but it's still a good pick.
Yeah, and it's going to set you up to be in a good spot going forward as you try and kind of transition away from Ovechkin and Backstrom and those guys.
Yeah. So
now, speaking of the Russian factor, Dylan, Danila Yurov still on the board.
Yep.
I know he's someone you had. Where did you have him mocked again? Wasn't it near the top 10?
Vancouver.
Or it was Vancouver? Okay, in 15. Yeah, but yeah, still on the board. Yeah, I think he's the number one player according to these on the ESPN broadcast.
Yeah, he should be.
How far do you think he falls?
He could keep falling. I mean, he could fall to Tampa. Like I said, Tampa and Washington are the two teams that make sense to be the least afraid. Maybe Pittsburgh's unafraid. I mean, this would be a great guy to have in your prospect pool as you start looking towards the future. Just like with Washington, right? As you start looking at the inevitable future of no Crosby, no Malkin, no Letang, all those guys, to be able to have somebody with the skill set of a Yurov is not a bad thing. And who knows, maybe he's more ready to help out in that window. Maybe not this year, but next year.
Right.
Otherwise, if I'd consider getting on the phone with Pittsburgh and seeing if I could trade up for him. It'd be interesting. I don't think of Anaheim as a team with a long history of Russian players.
No, I don't either.
So it'd be interesting if they took him, but at the same time, I feel like you stick Yurov on the wing of Trevor Zegras, and like nobody's gonna be able to handle that. So I don't know. Yeah, all the Kaprizov stuff. Jared, I'd like to be able to tell you more, but I can't. I know that one's because we still don't know, right? If he's in or out. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't know. I think an article on The Athletic came out yesterday, but didn't really give a whole lot of new information.
Yeah. Let's see. Cameron, are we the biggest winners of the draft so far? I think we are. I would agree that we are. Like, I think several teams have won because some good players have fallen to them, but none on the level of Shane Wright falling to 4 and the organizational player fit that is Shane Wright joining a team with Matty Beniers, being helmed by Ron Francis. Like, it's just, it's like the stuff of fairy tales.
Exactly. It's perfect. Like I said, it's a dream. It was a dream start unfolding, and it worked out that way. I think the Kraken are the number one winner of the draft so far. Yeah, there's some other teams, like you said, that had a good draft. I even think Ottawa, even though they haven't made a pick, have had a good draft so far. Nashville with Kamel, but yeah, hard to beat the Kraken.
Lindsay, Montreal fans are still big mad. Kind of a bummer for Sloth's shining moment of being first overall, being overshadowed by boos and angry fans. I mean, playing in a market like Montreal, he's gonna have to get used to it at some point. But yeah, it's not the ideal way to start your NHL experience. And look at that! Look who's going up there, the Penguins group.
Yep, the man with the new contract.
I was gonna say that's his son. Oh my gosh, he got big.
He did, yeah. Wow.
There's some adorable videos out there on YouTube of Chris Letang and his son just like walking around the Penguins facilities and doing stuff when he taught him how to skate and all that kind of stuff when he was 2. Like, that kid is adorable. Or at least he was. I don't know. Maybe he's like a 6-year-old monster now. Who knows? But my guess is he probably still is adorable.
We haven't really talked about the Letang contract, have we?
No. I thought it was a totally fine contract. As someone I saw point out on Twitter, you don't have to worry about the cap recapture anymore because everybody just goes on LTIR. And so they'll just do that whenever their window's closed, and that'll be it.
Yep. Yeah, no, LTIR is going to be the way out of this. Even though it is a true 35 plus and like the cap hit would have to stick, but not with LTIR.
Exactly. How weird is it to see some of these faces there, though, on a Penguins draft stage, RJ?
I know. Yeah, Ron Hextall, Brian Burke.
It's weird. It's not natural. Ode Pickering.
So they let Letang make the pick, and he takes Pickering.
Interesting. To be honest, I don't really know why they took him. Like, I know they have like no defenseman, and that's like a real concern, but I don't know that he's gonna be your answer long term anyway.
Right. Yeah, I didn't see that one coming.
Like, he's not in any place to help out you this year or really next year. Maybe if you're really desperate, he can help you out next year. But I don't see like the potential upside of him, like, being a top 2 guy ever. This one's just kind of surprising to me. He's a super solid pick. I mean, Penguins always pick solid, but it's kind of unspectacular.
Yep. I don't know. Is this a Brian Burke pick?
Might be. Might just be a size thing. I don't know. You almost wonder if they plan on sticking around after all this is over too.
I would imagine not. Like, why would you?
Yeah, I don't know either. Ty, look at Dylan light up when the Pens are on the clock. Yeah, but you know what? This is very much a classic Penguins pick. Like, there's nothing really bad you could say about it, but you're also just like, there was more potential there. Like, you could have had your, you know what I mean? Like I feel like that's been my experience as a Penguins fan. It's never been like just like, what are we doing? But it's always just like, I don't know. Maybe there was something else there.
Right, and I think they don't really swing for the fences with these, do they?
Yeah.
They just want they know who their stars are and who they have locked in as their star players. Then they just kind of look for guys to build around that. I'm looking at their most recent first round pick, Samuel Poulin, 2019. Their last first round pick was in 2019. The one before that was in 2014, Kasperi Kapanen.
Yeah. No,
and then before that, 2012, Pouliot.
Yeah.
They did not pick in the first round very much.
Yeah.
And Joe Morrow, 2011, Bo Bennett, 2010, Simone Desprez, 2009.
Yeah, you can see why I get like, it's not a great track record.
Yeah, their last first round pick that really hit was Jordan Staal in 2006,
which is a very, very long time ago. We are now a 2 drafts away from seeing players born that year being taken.
Yeah, that's true. We are.
Yes, this is your reminder that you're old, everyone tuning in. All these players were born in 2004.
Yeah.
So
think about that.
Or don't think about it too long. If it's going to drive you crazy like it's driving me crazy.
I was talking with my grandpa the other day, and I was telling him about development camp and everything I'm going to be doing over the next week. And I mentioned, these guys are younger, it might be fun, get a little more personality. He's like, and it must be nice for them to be kind of closer to your age too, because they're younger. I'm like, no. Yeah. These guys get further away from my age every year. Yeah. They're 18. They're 8 years younger than me. It's going the other direction now.
I know, because this is like the decade mark for me. Right, like these guys, I was 10 years old when these people were born, and it's just like, wow, I don't like this.
So it was 2012 your draft year?
Yep. Tell me I wouldn't have been a better pick than Yakupov.
I know it. You seriously.
All right. We'll stop.
Is the chat to stop talking about this? Okay. Did we get requests to stop? All right.
Yeah. No, we just whatever's keeping us going. No. Yeah, it's one of those things. All right, we got Valentina Wright's weaknesses at this point in his career. 1, acute lisp. 2, that's it. That's the weakness. I mean, I can't really argue with that. I don't even know that that's a weakness, to be honest.
Yep, I don't think so. Maybe that's did you see the meme with the Puljujarvi meme? Yeah, I posted to the Discord, where it's the Moneyball meme. Like, his defect is that he loves fun or whatever. Shane Wright, his defect is he has an acute lisp. That's it.
That's
falls to number 4.
Yeah. So I just still I'm gonna be riding the high of them getting Shane Wright for a long time.
Oh yeah.
It'll be the thing getting me through the drive up there. The 18-hour drive.
I was going to say, you're going to come up with just some Shane Wright themed song to sing on the drive all the way up there. Exactly. Just have it going through your head.
Yeah. All right. I'm trying to think.
Owen Pickering saying his favorite player is Miro Heiskanen. Fun fact.
Yeah. You know what? I could see that. I could see that as a model, like that he's modeled his game after. I really
could. If I draft the guy, I'd feel good about that. That's what I'd want to hear.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see. Will we be able to talk with him at Dev Camp Presser? Assuming he's there, yes, I would imagine so.
Yeah, if he's there, certainly.
Yeah, and like as we said earlier, he should be there.
Yeah, and we will do everything we possibly can to get you all the Shane Wright content. We will be we will be working nonstop.
Yeah. Time to go binge some Shane footage. I honestly skipped him since we were at 4. I bet a lot of people did, to be honest. Yeah, Alex. See, that's what we're saying. These guys are young, Alex.
Mm-hmm.
Miro is 5 years older than him.
Funny.
Hey, cheap seats. Shane Wright.
Hey.
Right, man?
Yes,
let's go.
Yeah, no, I know you were doing a draft live stream too. I'm sure it was exciting over on your end as well. Wow, Shane, I'm definitely going to go back and watch your stream too, like for the moment when it happened. Mason McTavish announcing the pick.
I know. How cool is that? Why isn't it Zegras? Whoa.
Oh, okay.
That one's a little off the board. I was not expecting him to be a first round pick. I'm not going to lie with you.
You know who did have him mocked in the first round, I believe? Jay Fresh.
Oh yeah?
You're your favorite.
I know.
I had to bring that up just to see your reaction.
I mean, it's a good pick. We can talk about offense, but he plays in the queue, so offense is inevitable. But what I do like about him is, for a guy who plays in the queue, he's very physical. He's kind of like a relentless forechecker. He's going to protect the puck. He knows how to use his body. Those are, aspects that you don't always see players from the queue have, or at least not at the level that he does. I'm not sure that I'm like, oh, that's what the Ducks need. Like, I feel like if you're the Ducks, you're in prime position to build like this really fast, fun transitional team. I don't quite know why you'd be going here, but maybe they view him as their next Corey Perry. They took Corey Perry, I believe, 23rd overall back in 2003, so similar kind of spot in the draft. He's got a similar build, kind of similar style of play. Could be what they're thinking.
Yeah, I saw the build and the queue. I immediately thought Max Comtois, but I think Perry is probably more what they're hoping for.
Yeah. And, there will only ever be one Corey Perry, let's be real. Yeah. Nobody's going to go lose 3 straight Stanley Cups with 3 different teams. It's just not going to happen again. But, yeah, I know. He does kind of look like Corey
McTavish kind of looks like somebody's, like, grown adult kid who's still on the stage because he's still there.
Yeah. Was it Cates' kids? The Oilers, right?
Yeah,
always had the hair.
That's what it reminded me of. Yep.
The big curly hair. But yeah, I mean, look, I don't know that we've totally talked about it on podcasts and stuff, everybody, but the Ducks are the #1 team I'm worried about for the next decade. As a Kraken, as someone who covers the Kraken and is a Kraken fan, this is the team I'm scared of, because they have a super deep prospect pool. We're all excited about having 2 centers. Well, guess what? They got Zegras and McTavish. They got 2 centers. You know what I mean? And the other thing is, every single contract on their books does not exist on their books past like 2 seasons from now. Like, their future is wide open completely.
Yeah, we talk about, we got 2 centers and cap flexibility. They've got 2 centers and more cap flexibility.
Yeah. So this is in my mind. I know we don't like Vegas, and they're a worry right now. The Kings have certainly accelerated their rebuild. I think they're going to be a concern for a long time now too. But this Ducks organization really, really scares me.
Yeah, no, they're going to be good for a while going forward.
Yeah. Ty, how do you not have Zegras out there? He'll be the face of that team for a long time. He might not have been available. Might have been on vacation. Just trying to
working on his next move in the lab.
Exactly. Maybe, just trying to get everybody accustomed to McTavish, knowing that he's for sure going to be on that team next year, and he's going to see some heavy playing time for them and probably play well.
Definitely. Interesting. Canucks GM Patrick Allvin speaking to the media about the rumored trade that never was with the Islanders. Quote, "There was definitely nothing going on with the Islanders," says he was surprised at the reports about it. I'm sure there was nothing going on.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. So that means something was definitely going on, and they are not happy about how it ended. That's what I think that says.
Yeah, exactly.
Which, would it surprise you at all if Lou just leveraged that? He leaked that rumor and leveraged that for the trade he ended up making.
Oh, you know what? I could see that. I could see that.
That's Lou, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's probably exactly what happens, and that's what I'm reading between the lines of that statement.
Yep.
Sorry for the nice ASMR as I refill my water bottle there, everybody. I too want Odelius at 35, and I think there's a very good chance that it happens, although as all these other defensemen are gone kind of sooner than I thought they would, there's maybe getting less and less of a chance. That being said, we still got Casey and Chelsea. I think they'll probably both go above Odelius, even though I like Odelius more.
Mm-hmm.
Especially Chelsea, just because he's right-handed. And that matters for some reason.
It's getting close. More rumblings of a trade in the works. Lots of conversations between Ken Holland and Arizona's Bill Armstrong. Oilers may be creating more cap space by moving Zach Kassian. Sounds like it's getting close. That is per Darren Dreger. And Bob McKenzie retweeted it, so I think that's probably going to happen.
How are they going to move that contract? Like, who's taking on Zach Kassian?
Well, Arizona. They're taking on everyone.
Right, but what are the Oilers giving you that makes it worth it? I guess
we'll find out soon enough.
Because it's not like you can...
What's their next pick that they have?
The Oilers have 29, but Arizona doesn't have one until 32 now because of the trade earlier with the Sharks.
Right, but I mean, you could 29 and then Arizona. Don't they have all the seconds? They got a bunch of seconds.
Yeah, they got like a million seconds.
So they could swap picks there or something, I think, to make it work. Also, I like how Bob McKenzie just got bored midway through the first round and just stopped spoiling the draft. He's like, whatever. Or like pick 12 now. I don't need to do this anymore.
Yeah. Snuggerud, very good pick for St. Louis. Total St. Louis player. This is a St. Louis Blue, like, to a T. All the leadership attributes in the world. Super solid player through and through. Like, all the aspects of his game, all that kind of stuff. Like, this is just... It's so St. Louis.
Yep, it is. Yeah, it is the ultimate Blues pick here.
Yeah,
I think he was mocked here in several different spots that I saw. It just makes so much sense.
Makes a lot of sense. Bob is such a boss. Yeah, I mean, you talk about Bob McKenzie getting bored halfway through the first round. Bob McKenzie's not doing the TSN stuff. He's just bored in general.
That's true.
He just decided to be the guy to break everything at the draft as he's not working the draft.
That's what it is. Yeah. Like, I don't have anything else to do right now. I already know what all the picks are going to be. Might as well let the people know. Feels weird to me that the Sharks haven't drafted yet.
Peter Mrazek traded? Hunter just said.
Wait, what? Okay, let's find this.
To Chicago.
What?
Why? What is Chicago doing? I don't understand.
What is the plan? Okay, well, no, here's the thing. If you're tearing it all down, you might as well just, like, suck it up for however many years of Mrazek's contract. He could bounce back. So it's 25 and Mrazek for 38, it sounds like.
Wow.
Okay, so I know the Seth Jones thing didn't make any sense, and it still doesn't. But if you go past that, they're basically tearing it all down, taking everything down. Everyone must go. And so that means they're not going to be competitive for at least another 3 years. And so Mrazek's contract, it's fine because it's not going to it's not going to go eat into their window. So I think that makes sense to me.
Right, and you're going to have 3 firsts to show for it this year.
Exactly. Yeah, and you get a first year. Yeah.
The thing I want to know is, does this mean Patrick Kane's going to be moved at some point?
It must. If you want to really properly do this right, you've got to move Kane and Taves this summer.
Yeah.
Do whatever you can to move those two guys. And there should be teams that be interested. And you can retain whatever salary. They got 1 year left. You do 50% retain on both of them.
Yeah. Taves
may turn him into some really valuable assets.
Yeah, Taves is going to be harder to move, I think. But
that's true.
You're going to get good
Kane,
things.
You could get a good return.
Right. And you know what? They played it perfectly, too, in the sense that I would rather move them after this draft. So you get first next year's draft, which has probably got more upside.
And you never know what's going to happen with the team you trade them to. Also, we've seen that happen before.
Yes.
Wild on the clock again.
Yes, Batman's up there talking about the trades though. So, wow, wow,
Yeah.
wow.
Good stuff. This is the best draft in my time as a hockey fan.
It's
This is
yeah.
awesome.
No, we haven't had one this good in a while. That's for sure. Scott's saying looks like Klingberg, Subban, Connor Carrick, and Coachella.
Responding to Gabe. Where is this? I don't see what the one he's responding to.
I don't know.
Clarify, Scott.
Shane effing Wright. Thanks for letting me know you're live just now on Twitter.
Oh yeah, I see. I've been kind of scrolling Twitter, and Greg actually was asking if we were going to do a live pod or something tonight, and I let him know we're live right now. So I guess he clicked the link and came and joined us. So thank you. Glad to have you here, Greg, and glad you asked us about it, so you could join the stream.
I would not expect, Johnny Chaz, that we would see Patrick Kane in a Kraken sweater soon.
No, I don't think that's going to happen. No.
Yeah, doesn't make sense at all. Alex Cassian to Arizona. It's crazy.
I mean, it makes sense for both sides.
Yeah, it just means, in my mind, that means 29 is going to Arizona, and Arizona's back to having 2 more picks.
Yeah. Elliot Friedman getting made fun of course. Again, he tweeted Mrazek 2 with first rounder for a second. Forgot the team.
There we go. And you know what? If
another first rounder, if I do, yeah, there we
go.
Woohoo! First rounder trading itself.
Yeah. Do you think Chicago made this move for Lambert the way Alex thinks?
Ooh,
it's possible.
Maybe. I think they just made it to get the pick. You know, given the Mrazek thing, but
he might be the highest. They might have
had someone in mind.
He might be the highest upside guy left.
Yeah.
Or Yurov, probably.
Yurov, you can afford to wait.
Yeah.
Like you could even wait 4 or 5 years on Yurov and you'd probably be okay.
Yeah. But in my mind, Yurov and him are the 2 guys, and Lambert are the 2 guys with the highest upside left. They're the only 2 guys realistically in my mind that could end up top line forwards. Like if everything went absolutely right, like it would take a lot. But they're the only guys that even have that skill set at all.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, looking down at the list.
Tampa apparently talking with Montreal for 26.
Okay.
So the Chicago deal was to maybe jump in front of that from happening. Interesting.
Maybe. And then Tampa, clearly, I guess if they're going to make that deal, there's someone they want.
Right. But that would definitely be one that they would wait until Montreal's on the clock and they know that person's available. But yeah, is that Yurov?
It might be. I mean, that would make the most sense. All right, so we got Minnesota taking Yurov.
Well, there's Yurov,
all right,
yeah.
Well, never mind.
I guess, you know what? I was going to say that they wouldn't be afraid.
In for a penny, in for a pound.
But
with Kaprizov.
They have the most reason to be afraid of the Russian factor right now. But obviously they're deciding that it's not an issue. And, you know, he's there. Like that's more than they could say for their star player right now, unfortunately.
That's true. He's in the building. He's in North America. You know, that's something.
Yeah. So I think that's a great fit. He's going to play fantastically there. That offensive system that they have going on, his skill set, his ability to move around the offensive zone. It's textbook for everything that they've been working on building in in Minnesota offensively.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, he's a great fit. It's just, you know, the Russian factor. And I think that's the reason that he's fallen to this far, but he didn't fall as far as I thought maybe he would have if teams are really scared. And like you said, Minnesota's got the most reason to be scared.
Right. So good pick for Minnesota, assuming everything works out.
Mm-hmm. All right, so now we have Chicago up next, and we can see who they had in mind when trading up.
Yeah. And we'll know if a Tampa deal doesn't get done with Montreal that they wanted.
But that's what they were doing, yeah, jumping ahead of them. Because I haven't seen anything else on a Tampa deal at this point. But I like this. We're getting some trades here at the bottom end of the round.
What about Chicago? What about like a Lane Hudson?
Ooh, maybe
It's kind of
swing for the
different.
fences
You don't
here.
really have
Yeah.
anybody like that, you know.
Hmm.
You've been successful with smaller players before. Granted, they haven't been on the blue line, but why not?
Yeah. How would you feel about Lane Hudson in 35 for the Kraken if he gets there?
Yeah, he'd be all right. He's got the highest offensive upside of anybody left.
Right.
Potentially any of the defensemen in the whole draft. To be frank,
Yeah.
um, it would be hysterical to watch him play with some of the guys the Kraken have. Like, could you imagine him paired with like Alexiak?
Oh yeah, that would be so funny.
Be like an 11-inch difference in size.
Yes. Yeah, give me that. Oh, did Bettman say Mrazek wrong?
Mazarek.
I'm watching it back.
That's just what we got.
Zarek? Yeah.
Zarek. Hey, I'm the one
All
to
right.
talk.
Fair enough. Yeah, so you know what? Chicago's going to take Brad Lambert because they've been taking guys that we like and that we're going to enjoy watching. They took Korchinski. They took who else was it that we liked?
Nazar.
Nazar. They took Nazar. They're going to take Brad Lambert. So because maybe he'll be in Seattle next season. We'll enjoy that, but of course he'll be with the Blackhawks, so that'll be no fun.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, maybe you take Lambert and you try to sell him on the whole like go to Seattle so that you can have both him and Korchinski there. That would
right.
That'd be very nice for you as Chicago. Make things a lot
playing
easier.
together already.
Yeah, and just having two players in one development system like that you can kind of control things and whatever.
Yeah, that would be a good scenario for them. Leafs didn't retain any of the money. It's Mrazek's full cap hit. That makes sense.
Sergeant Pickles, what did you miss? We got freaking Shane Wright, buddy.
Yeah, let's start with that.
We are
re-up the celebrations in chat. Yes.
Oh man, it was. I mean, we've like run out of adjectives and superlatives and all that stuff, but just the fact that he's the perfect fit for this team. To be playing with Matty Beniers under Ron Francis, just to have the two-way abilities of all those minds working together. It's gonna be frightening for other teams.
I still can't believe it. As we're talking, I can't believe it.
Lindsay Payne for Shane was not in vain.
No, it was not.
Lindsay was the believer. Lindsay was the OG Shane train way back when.
And how important was losing game 82 against the Jets?
Lindsay brought that up earlier. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what made it happen, because otherwise you're not sitting at 4.
Yep. As tough as last season was, I would not want even a single more win than the Kraken got.
Oh my gosh. Alex, where were you earlier when it actually happened? Of course, we could get the confetti.
Oh, yeah.
And the fireworks.
2 hours late, some confetti and fireworks in the stream. You should have done that at the time. Oh, that was perfect.
I totally forgot. Oh,
like we could really think rationally like that without all that going on. There's no way we would have thought of that.
I know. Lindsay won new Kraken
I fired off
socks.
the tweet early. I couldn't think it.
Yeah, I know. Ty, can I go to enough games to pick early again?
That is the question.
I was gonna say, you got one more year, bud. If it turns out the same way, we're gonna ban you from the building, I think.
I don't think we're gonna get Bedard at 4.
No,
I'll just
probably
say that much.
Not. Let's see. Is their group getting larger? There's 2 kids now. Like how many people are in this organization? Doesn't that look like the
been
fullest?
trying to bring in young.
I know, but that looks like the fullest, stage we've seen all night.
Those kids are who they traded Kane and Taves for.
Interesting.
Sam Rinzel. All right, what do you know about him, Dylan?
Basically nothing.
Well, on the broadcast, they just said shout out Minnesota Golf.
Yeah, I mean he's a high school player from Minnesota. I mean, there's kind of always one that floats around.
Yeah, 6'4", 177. What league was he playing in? Oh, is it Minnesota high school? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, yeah.
Like there's always one,
Mm-hmm.
but wow, that one's surprising. Give me a sec here.
Yeah.
So go through it.
That helmet is big on him.
That's what you want to hear. Well, this is saying that he played with Waterloo in the USHL. Oh, he did play
Okay.
some with Waterloo in the USHL.
How many games did he play there?
21.
Okay.
But then he was in the high school league for a lot of other stuff. Team SIT Financial Services in the UMHSEHL.
What? What is this?
I'm trying to see what that all stands for. Hold on, everybody. Sorry, because I'm very curious. I cannot get a name of what that stands for. So that is wild. But yeah, no, I didn't have him like on my radar for today at all. Upper Midwest High School Elite League Hockey.
All right. Okay, Upper Midwest High School Elite League Hockey.
Yeah.
What a name.
Yeah. He was the #1 high school prospect. Okay, that no duh. Let's see what we got here, scouting report wise. It's not a lot. Like this is there's just like not a lot here, even online.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, on the broadcast, I say you could have waited. I heard that much.
He's the most NHL ready player coming out of the high school. Well, yeah, I would imagine. Big frame, above average skating. Despite being defenseman, known for jumping into the rush and playing creative offensive games. So they did go with an offensive defenseman. They just went with one that's about 7 inches taller than Hudson. He's not going to start at the University of Minnesota until 2023-2024.
Interesting.
He was just a junior. He wasn't even a senior in high school.
Huh. That's weird. How young is, so what's his birthday?
I mean, obviously he was draft eligible, but
yeah.
6/25/04.
Okay.
So it was just a year back for whatever reason. That's just weird.
Yeah.
I just never. Yeah. He was 39th on the Sound of Hockey board.
Okay. That's something.
According to chat. Yeah. That's not a real league. I know. That's not... It's crazy, right? Sergeant Pickle's asking, is there a chance Ron packages a bunch of our remaining picks for first rounders next year? I mean, there's a chance. Somebody would have to fall to be available at one of those picks that somebody really, really wants. And I don't know that that's going to happen.
Right. Given how the board is kind of shaking out right now, I just don't see anyone falling that far that a team's going to love that much to give up a first next year, because that's always dangerous to do.
All right. Be honest. Do they have Emily Kaplan on a step stool? Because he's 6'4", and they're almost eye to eye right there. Oh, you know what?
Well, are they sitting down?
I don't think they were sitting down, but it's possible she's standing on the stairs right there. See the railing behind her?
Oh,
she might be on
the
like
stairs.
the bottom
I see
step.
it. Yeah.
Okay.
That would make sense. Because I don't think she's 6'2" or so.
No.
Yeah, no. I saw her in person earlier last season. She's not 6'2".
Oh, Sergeant Pickles, we already had this discussion. I am officially a decade older than these 04 born players. Ooh. William bringing up Isaac Howard would be worthy of a trade up. Isaac Howard's interesting. I'm kind of surprised he hasn't been picked higher. He's one of those guys that is just like, it's one of those things where you look at him and you're just like, yeah, all right, he's okay or whatever. But then you realize like, oh, he's outscoring like all these other good players. You know how there's like always those guys that are they just produce points, but it's like they're just not flashy at all, and there's no specific skill that you can find, and you're just like, oh. that's Isaac Howard. And so I'm not surprised that he's falling, but I would be surprised if he made it out of the first round. And really, this is great value to get him if you're any of these teams left.
Yep. Agreed. Now it looks like we have that Cassian trade finalized.
Okay.
So it's Cassian to the Coyotes. They're taking on his on his contract, and in exchange, the Oilers they'll move down 3 picks. So they'll swap 29 and 32, and then plus a future second and a future third also going to Arizona.
All right, makes sense.
So the Oilers really completing their draft stock here. They'll have pick 32 today, and then their next pick in the draft is until the 5th round. And then if the future second and third are both next year, then they'll have a 1st rounder and then a 5th rounder again next year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. If you're the Oilers, your window is now. You need to that cap space is way more valuable than any player you're going to be drafting.
Yep.
But
is it just how many years are left on the Cassian deal?
Too many.
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
It is 2. Yeah, it's 2 years left on the Cassian deal, so that is a while.
Yeah, they need that. They're still going to need to make another trade. And as I had said, RJ, they are in a market for a goaltender. So
that's true. Who did the Habs pick?
We're going off the board again. Oh, Philip Mazar. Yeah, okay. So
that's not too far off the board.
No. Again, another guy, another winger who's kind of fallen in the draft. And this was the 3rd Slovak player that I was referring to earlier when I said we might see 3 in the 1st round after we saw them go 1-2 in Slavkovsky and Nemec. So he's, again, a super solid player. I watched him play this morning, and now I'm like completely blanking on him. I had all my notes written this morning, and I'm like, I can't remember anything.
Only 17.
Yeah, no, he's a very good player, excellent skater, good finishing ability, but really just his ability to move as fast as he does and puck handle and stick handle and do all that good stuff that he does with his speed is the, the main attractive thing here. Otherwise, I mean, as with a lot of these guys, you're like, wow, you need to add like 20 pounds plus.
Yeah.
And I don't know how easy that's gonna be. But
and of course, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, but a good player, and I think he'll fit in well with Montreal and everything that they're doing outside of not going, short king status with Slavkovsky.
Yeah, well, I think there's the Slavkovsky connection because they're both from Slovakia.
Yeah,
so they were teammates there on the international team. I'm sure they know each other, so they'll be together in the Habs system.
Yeah, so I like it. I think this is a good spot for him to go. There's Vinny Lecavalier there. But yeah, I think this is a good pick for them. I think he's going to be a productive NHL player in the future, a middle 6 winger, but capable of helping out certainly on a 2nd unit power play. Maybe be like a Donskoy. Like he could be a good bumper player on a 1st unit power play, like we thought Donskoy was going to
jersey.
Be.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah,
get some help tucking those tags in.
So yeah, good pick for them.
Mm-hmm. No, I like that pick. Who do we have next?
The Sharks.
Oh, finally. Okay.
Yeah.
I just assumed they'd never pick.
We're going to take Brad Lambert, right?
Oh, you know what? They would.
Go with, yeah. I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah.
At this point,
at this point, it does.
Yeah, every team should be taking him. So it's...
yeah. All right. So we'll see what they do. Think Greer's going to trade down again? Just keep trading down. Never make a pick.
Wouldn't that be an interesting tenure as a general manager?
Hey, you know what? His brother's an NFL GM, Bill Belichick. I don't know. Same division. I'm drawing lines that don't make sense here.
I was going to say, that's a big stretch right there.
6 degrees of Mike Greer trading down in the draft.
Yeah.
Oh, they'll select Kevin Bacon.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's catch up with stuff here. Yeah, the new crop of people talking about the age thing talked about earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I feel this with Sergeant Pickles. I'm only 29, but physically I may as well be 50. I've aged very poorly, lol. You're telling me is I had to reschedule my cardiologist appointment today.
Yeah,
Right
as you
there
said
with
earlier,
you.
this is not helping.
No. um, yeah, Stratic, Oilers get cap space to help sign a goalie or whatever. Solid trade for Edmonton. Moving Cassian makes it slightly less likely that they trade Puljujarvi's rights. I still think they probably will. There's no way Puljujarvi can go back. Like, after everything that's been said, the media relationship, like it's over there.
It has to be.
All right. So what are your thoughts here, RJ? Someone's asking how Eklund's looking.
I think, yeah, I know his season in Sweden wasn't as impressive from a numbers perspective as maybe people would have wanted to see, given how promising he looked in those first few games with San Jose. But still looking solid. I mean, we'll see how he does with a more extended NHL stay. But the Sharks clearly view him as someone as part of that core going forward, that next generation. I don't know what the Sharks' plan is, to be honest. We haven't really had a Red Glare podcast to talk about it, but there still appears to be no plan. I just don't know what they're going for, so I don't really know how Eklund fits into it.
Yeah.
Time to glow, RJ. Sharks on the clock from Ty. Yeah, you'll get my. Should I put my younger self Sharks fan hat on for this pick?
Yeah, if you want to.
All right, why not?
I was just.
You remember being with me in 2015 as I hated the Timo Meier pick.
Yes. It's aged great, that take of yours.
I mean, still was a bad pick. I stand by that. I made that argument time and time again to you. Yeah. I wanted Rantanen.
Yeah.
Or if you were going to reach for a center, Barzal.
Yeah. My thing with Eklund, and this kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier with, taking guys based on skill set and maybe, going with players that just have like a really good shot, is I feel like Eklund's one of those really versatile guys where it's like he can play wing, he can play center, he can do all of these different things, kind of whatever role you need him to. And I think we've yet to see one of those guys break through and into like superstar status, to like be like a legit like first line kind of player. They seem to me to be kind of stuck relegated to like on the high end second line guys and on the low end third line guys because they are so versatile. But like we kind of saw it last year with Yarncroke, right? Like here's a guy who can kind of do anything, but then you run into the problem of what do we have him do?
Yeah. You have to find the right spot for him, and it could take a while.
Yeah.
All right. Greer congratulates Sakic and the Avs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then the Brian Marchment tribute, of course.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, San Jose's always been good to the Sharks.
Yes.
Even if the attendance numbers don't show it right now.
I might argue even the attendance numbers, if you're true fans, would send the right message at this point.
Yes. I think it's just Sandpipes. I think it's just because he has the statements here. I think so that he went with the podium instead of standing there with the paper.
Yeah.
So outside of Lambert, do you have a feel here, RJ?
No, for the Sharks, I was just looking at guys at 11. I was kind of thinking in that mindset. And especially with the new GM, I know the scouting staff's been the same. If you look at kind of what Doug Wilson Jr. and the new scouting staff have done since taking over, they have tried to go for upside at the end of the first round. I think of a Ryan Merkley, that pick in 2018, their first year in charge. And I mean, Lane Hutson's the closest guy to that as far as who's on the board, maybe even a Jagger Firkus.
Yep.
Those would be the two that I would say outside of Lambert.
Yeah. To answer your question from a little while ago, Sergeant Pickles, any other U.S. Division WHL guys other than Korchinski? No. Unless I'm completely spacing on someone, but no.
I don't think so.
And it depends on if we count Brad Lambert in there, if when he's picked.
Right. Oh, there's a Sharks fan in the crowd. That's cool.
They travel pretty well.
Yeah.
I think the tech industry Bay Area thing travels well, so they travel well.
All right. So now, yeah, they're gonna have Doug Jr. announce the pick.
He looks so much like his dad.
He does. Okay, going way off the board. I have not heard of. B said. Okay, he's the way he said it. Sorry. Wait, who? No, I have heard of Beasted.
Yeah, all right. So let's go, RJ. Let's get your Sharks fan reaction.
It's very okay.
Now you sound like me as a Penguins fan.
Yeah, no, this was a Penguin of a pick. How big is he?
He's 6'4", but he's thin.
Okay.
I mean, not too thin. He's at least 187. Like, that's better than some of them, but
he's listed 204 here.
Okay.
Yeah, 6'4", 204.
Big
okay,
difference.
I mean, is this an upside pick here? Because you think late first round with that size, as someone who's listed as a center, you'd think there's got to be some kind of defect there for him to drop that low.
Well, it's one of those that he's kind of like a mystery guy in the sense that he's in all the, like, you know, certainly on the national stage, he's been stuck behind all those Djurgården guys, you know what I mean, in the Sweden system. So it's kind of like we don't know what his high-end upside quite is yet. But it's one of those things where, you know, he has certainly all the raw potential stuff is there. Maybe not his shot, but everything else is kind of there, and it's, you know, they can work with him.
Yeah, well, if they liked him, then it makes sense to me that they would trade down, because you got to figure you could probably get him at pick 27 if that's who you're really after.
Exactly. Yeah, if they wanted something like this, then yeah, they made the right move all the way around. I'd still argue they made the right move originally anyway.
Hey, Marc-Edouard Vlasic on the stage.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, he's not getting bought out?
I would assume not.
Oh, I mean, it's in Montreal, so he's going to be there anyway. He's where he's from, so.
But I'm looking right now. I didn't see anybody mock him in the first.
Yeah, I don't remember any mocks that I was seeing having him in the first.
Otherwise, you're looking at, you know, this is going to be a guy who's realistically going to be your third line center, who's just going to be like a defensive shutdown guy.
Yep.
It's certainly not like a sexy pick.
No. Well, all right. So let's see. He's just a Rasmus Dahlin lookalike at center from Alex. He does kind of look like Dahlin, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ty says the video from the 32 Bar and Grill was soft. Place should have looked like we won the cup. I have not seen video yet from that. Greg agreeing. Super lame crowd at 32. Okay, I got to see the video on that. Hunter, imagine the buyout on that contract for Vlasic.
I know.
It's bad. Yeah. They're better off just hanging on to him, eating those final years, because they're not going to be good anytime soon.
You find an injury, LTIR. Everybody turns.
The thing is,
38.
Vlasic has too much pride for that. He has too much pride for that. He wouldn't want to do it.
There's lots of people that we would have said that about that have ended up in that spot, though.
True, and yeah, that's the thing. He hasn't really had any injuries that much. I don't know. He's been a healthy scratch at some points last season. But...
I'm just saying, at some point, it feels like 38 is just like an injury that gets you put on LTIR.
Yeah. And, the Kraken posted the video on Twitter. All right, now I can look.
Apparently the whole arena laughed when the Arizona team said to our fans back in Arizona. Brutal.
Okay, there's like 7 or 8 people who I think are reacting like in the appropriate, you know, just going absolutely nuts.
Yeah.
Most people are being pretty chill at their table.
I mean,
I want to see what it was like outside, because this is like right inside the bar and grill.
Yeah. Let's see.
Oh, they're asking Greer about the goalie situation. Interesting.
I mean, it's There's a lot of question marks there. That team.
Oh, for sure. I'm just surprised that he's getting this question right now.
It is kind of a weird time to do it, but I guess when you've got the stage, so to speak.
Yeah. And certainly something I'd want to know if I was a Sharks fan, just where they're going with that.
Yeah.
Like if I was a Sharks, Sharks fan watching this and I'm thinking, I'm glad Emily Kaplan asked that question because I don't know that anyone else would have asked it right then.
No. No, Kaplan has zero fear when it comes to asking those questions.
Yep. No, she's great.
Wow, people really in chat about this video. I'm going to have to take a look at it too, I guess, before we go off
I
air.
just finished watching it. I mean, it's short. It's like 8 seconds. It's very tame. Yeah.
Let's see here.
Single time. I wouldn't have even posted that, honestly.
I know. That's what I'm like, wow, like really? Is this bad?
I mean, I will say it was fairly tame. It's definitely different than if say Montreal was at 4 and he fell to them or something. If they weren't hosting the draft,
Yeah.
But yeah, it was all right. And people were still excited. They were clapping.
Oh yeah, only one person getting up out of their seat.
Yep. Oh, you're watching it now?
Yeah, I mean, there's like that table. The table that's front and center for the video is the thing that really is kind of like a letdown because one guy raises his hand and one guy at that entire table of like 8 people claps. So that's rough because that's the thing that's like that's the only thing to really look at almost. So that's
table
rough.
there. Is that front guy Andy? I think that guy at the very front who's facing away is Andy Cole, who runs the Kraken Hockey League. That's funny.
Oh, okay.
Which I'm sure he's got other things on his mind. I think he's kind of perpetually stressed from having to make all the schedules for the leagues and everything.
Yeah. Ooh, another interesting pick for Buffalo, kind of going upside.
Oh, here we go.
Going upside winger. I know he's listed as a center, but he's gonna be a winger.
Who isn't?
It's quietly been an okay draft for Buffalo. They've kind of been like the team that's like, yeah, okay, you're taking all these good players, but like I always feel like there was somebody better in that spot. Just like here, it's like I feel like Lambert's just kind of maybe a slightly better version that you could have gotten here.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Lambert's still on the board. Huh.
What are teams afraid of?
They just don't believe that he's actually finished with that name.
I guess
that's what it is. It's just throwing them off.
He's only half finished, so.
Yeah. They see the flag and like something's not right here. We're being pranked.
Yeah.
Insert Taro Tsujimoto reference with the Sabres being on the clock.
Yeah, Alex saying I don't see Edmonton or Winnipeg taking Lambert.
Yeah.
Well, but now this pick's going to be Arizona, right? Because they swapped 29 and 32.
Yep. Yeah, this one will be Arizona.
I could see Arizona taking him, though.
Yeah, I could, certainly. I mean, you're in a position where you've got so many picks. You can afford to take a chance on a guy like that. I remember Chychrun really fell his draft year. He was one of those guys who had a lot of hype as maybe a top 5 guy going into that year and then, kind of had a disappointing season. And they took a chance on him and it worked out really well. So I could see them doing that.
I loved that draft for them because didn't they get Clayton Keller that same year? It was like 7 and 16.
I think it might have been.
And I was like, wow, this Shaka guy is amazing. Everybody should hire 26-year-olds. I was like 24 at the time. I was like,
yep, you're getting ready.
Hire us. We're amazing. Turns out that draft.
It was Keller and Chychrun.
Yeah, so it turns out that draft in 17? 16, 17?
That was 16.
16?
That was the Austin Matthews draft.
Yeah, that was an amazing draft for Chayka. Just the rest of everything with him was not.
Yeah, no. And yeah, Lindsay pointing out, it is Andy. Tell Andy to finish making my Div 10 schedule. Oh, I'm sure he's heard that from plenty of people.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So he'll be on it eventually, I'm sure. All right. Arizona on the clock now. So they're just announcing this trade now, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Don't want to get in the way. All right, so
Only a handful of picks left, though, RJ.
I know. We've only been streaming this for what, 3 hours and 40 minutes.
Oh, is that all? As we get the comments of, I love how we were all energy and now you guys are using inside voices.
Sorry, guys. With the adrenaline high from the Shane Wright thing, I don't know, it just bumps you up to a level that takes you down a little bit later on when you're a few hours afterward.
It really did, because I was all like locked into like, okay, like, you know, because I knew it was like, this is gonna be like 4+ hours. So like sustain, right? Like I was in that mode. But then when everything happened, it was just like, no, forget it. Everything. Like this is the reaction. We're gonna want to post that reaction to Twitter later and everything, like, you know, as it happened. And so it was just like, go for it. And now it's just like, oh.
Yeah, we expended all of our energy. And I was thinking that too. Like, okay, this is not a time to hold back at all.
Yeah.
But made it a little tough for us to pace ourselves. But I'm glad it worked out that way.
Yeah. I feel like this deserves a dance party. We won tonight, no doubt, from Ty. 1000%.
Yes.
1000%. Yep. This is the biggest dance party we've had all year.
Yep.
And, what?
Nothing. I just saw a GIF on Twitter of Ken Holland. Just, it's like he's crying.
Okay.
Not actually, but he just looks very sad.
Let's see. Yeah, I really couldn't get a reaction for Beniers due to lockdown. Yeah, it was hard doing it all, the virtual draft and everything. It was for sure.
Yeah.
The Kraken Hockey League thing, the acronym being KHL throws me every time.
I know, right? Just looking at it. I think I was in at Kent the other day for my game, and there's a big sign on the front, like KHL players only, you know, no general public right now because it's late. Just like KHL players only.
Mm-hmm. Oh, man.
That's me.
That's you. Hope Keller comes back strong from that nasty injury. Me too. I love Clayton Keller. He's just, I think he's so good. He's been so underrated and buried in that Arizona system and everything. He's finally shining. Ugh.
Yes. No, good for him.
Totally brutal.
Yeah, Valentine, I'll take the inside voices if that's the cost of right. Hushed voices are welcome here. And yeah, talk about your throat, all that it's been through over the last couple months. And then for 4 hours, including the highs of the Shane Wright, I'm amazed you're still going here. I should probably start reading some of the chat more. Yeah, well done.
Yeah.
Had to go vegan for a month to be able to do this.
Yeah, basically get all the inflammation and swelling down. Well, much more disorganized Arizona group now. They went from being like, hey, look, we're all matchy to now they're just like trickling onto the stage and they're all like, who you doing this one? Like, I don't know. We've done so many. Are we really up again? That's what this looks like. Do you think getting Wright changed our free agent signings? Yeah, so we were kind of trying to figure that out live. Tomorrow after the draft, we're going to be doing a deep dive, and part of that is going to be a free agent preview and a draft recap. So we're going to kind of take tonight and tomorrow during the draft to figure those things out. So we'll have that out on a podcast tomorrow night or early Saturday morning.
Yeah, we'll have some time to settle down a little bit, really think it through and decide what it looks like the Kraken are going to do. Maverick Lamoureux.
I know.
Right?
Had
you heard of him?
I had heard of him. I don't really have notes
6'7"
on him, though. Yeah.
6'7". That's all you need to know.
Basically. Yeah, no, they're hoping he's, you know, the next Chara kind of thing, right? Like that's what you hope for whenever you draft a guy of that size. Needs to add weight though. Like that's the thing, is like he is under 200 pounds at 6'7". That is not where you want to be. Offense could certainly use some offense. Like I don't know that there's a ton there, but again, if you're drafting a 6'7" guy, you want him for his size, you want him for his reach, really. Like at some point they get so big that maybe they're not even effective checkers. Like we've kind of seen that with Alexiak. And I think he kind of falls into that same category of it's almost awkward for them to hit guys or to body up guys just because they fall into an awkward place for them. You know what I mean? Like for your hands and your arms and your hip and everything like that. Like it can be hard to body up guys. So much like with Chara, what's made Chara so effective over the years has just been the use of his stick, his positioning, being able to keep rushes and transition games from entering his zone or being able to disrupt passing lanes that people think are there but aren't really because of that reach he has. And so those are going to be the things that Arizona's going to need Lamberou to focus on and develop, for him to be, like a top 4 kind of guy.
Yeah, exactly. And we kind of talked about this when saying maybe Brad Lambert or going for the upside. They have so many picks. They can afford to do that and really go for kind of more of a project like Lamoureux here.
Yeah. The thing about him that kind of makes him unique from some of the other super tall guys is that he like looks fluid skating. And he's like a good skater.
Right. He looked surprisingly smooth looking at the videos that they put together there. Which, yeah, I mean, he looks smoother than Juracek and he's taller.
Yeah.
Let's see. I was just looking at it for his counting stats. All right. 54 games, 24 points in the queue, a minus 30. And then the graphic they showed up on the broadcast led the team with 69 penalty minutes.
Yeah. See, it's like if those aren't like, Q stats to a T.
Oh, for sure. For sure. No. Absolutely. Big defenseman in the queue. That's the stat line you'd expect.
Yeah.
See what he turns into.
Sandpipes, I don't know if you follow the NBA, but Chet Holmgren, the 7'1" and 190. This guy looks kind of like that. Yeah, and Holmgren looks like he's gonna break in half the time to me. Like it's scary. In the NBA, it's probably good that he doesn't weigh that much. It means his knees and ankles and everything haven't taken as much punishment. But yeah, it's like wow.
All right, TV timeout for the last 3 picks.
Yeah. Seabird, they traded up to take him over Lambert. This is why Arizona is a perpetual cellar dweller. Yeah.
Yeah, although I still like that trade for Arizona because you get a second and a third.
Yeah.
The 2 years of the Cassian contract aren't going to give you any problems. You're not looking to compete then. I still have no problem with it.
And I see this. Whoa, Maverick wasn't supposed to go until late second round from Lindsay. I did see a couple mocks that had him in the late first. I still think sorry, RJ. I think the Sharks.
I was going to say less of a reach than the Sharks pick.
Yeah, this is less of a reach than that one.
Yep. Oh, I agree with that.
Oh my gosh, Seabird, Sam Morin. Wow.
Oh yeah, Sam Morin.
I 1000% remember that one. That one made no sense because, as you say, the mean in quotes there. That's the big thing, right? Like coming from the queue, it's just not there. That one was just red flags all over the place. That was just the Flyers being the Flyers, and they were just like, wow, size. Yeah, we can make him what we want him to be. And the unfortunate thing, and I brought this up in the Slavkovsky scouting report, and I brought it up with the Juracek thing, is you cannot teach guys wanting to be physical, wanting to put their bodies in that situation. If by the time they are 18, they have shown zero interest in doing it, you're not going to make them do it. Like, there's just no way. And you're certainly not going to make them do it well. And they have to be able to do it well. It's a really complicated thing. There is a lot of geometry involved with the speed at which the NHL game is played at today for these guys to be able to use their bodies and lay out the big hits and be super mean and gain leverage on people. It's just something that if it's not there, it's not there. And that was one of my concerns with Juracek. Okay, he has size, but you know what? Kamel was laying guys out more than he was. Right?
Yeah,
like at some point,
as crazy as that is.
Yeah, but like at some point that means something. And I've just seen it too often, and I think Marin is the kind of like textbook, example. He's the one I always go back to as like look, he didn't have it then, and they were never going to build it into his game.
I remember, I think recently, because I think he's now retired because of knee injuries, but they played him at a forward even, trying to just salvage something.
Yeah. No, it was just a rough pick all the way around.
Oh wait, never mind. Like I thought they just traded Andrew Kopp's rights or something. The Rangers.
Yeah.
Now I realized that it's the original trade.
I don't know. I know Chet Holmgren's going to be good, and he's what a fantastic draft class for the Thunder down there. Whether or not people in Seattle want to hear that, I don't know, but
Yeah.
it was a good draft class for them. It accelerated their rebuild. Seabird. Some people were literally writing about Marin's hands being good because he used them better as fists than anyone else. Yeah, see, that's why the Flyers loved him.
Oh, that's good.
Brad Lambert, there we go.
Oh, to the Jets.
I
The Winnipeg Jets.
I really feel like you could have maybe traded up if you're the Kraken.
Yeah. No, I mean they certainly had the ammo to get that done.
I mean, he fell to 30. 30.
That such a huge fall. I mean, everyone was talking about him maybe top 3 going into the year.
Mm-hmm.
Ends up going 30th overall. Yeah, and we'll see how it turns out. Is this the Jets' second pick of this round?
Yeah, they took Rutger McGroarty earlier.
That's right. But you go. I don't want to say necessarily safer, but you go with kind of more your style of player, someone who's gonna be like a middle 6 guy, and then you got to go a little riskier with your second pick.
Yeah,
makes sense. We've seen lots of teams do that.
Yeah, you go upside. Yeah, no, it. Yeah, I think it's good.
Well, that's unfortunate for the Kraken in 35. Not that he was maybe getting to 35, but
yeah. But we had talked about maybe you could get him. You trade up to 33 or something. I think it's possible you could have traded up with Tampa. Tampa would be interested in accumulating more picks. They could use it for their system.
Yeah.
If he makes it one more spot. So.
Yeah, exactly. If he just gets one more spot there.
I don't know that Edmonton would have done it. But
no, I don't think so.
They probably would have taken him.
Yeah, let's see, because Tampa's got this pick. And their next one in the draft is in a 4th, 5th, 2 6th, 2 7th. Yeah. Yeah, if they could have turned this one into like a couple seconds, they're right back to normal in this year's draft class.
Yeah, exactly. He's a hybrid Finnish Canadian player. He looks it too, just like looking at his face. It's funny. Yeah, DJ Singleton, Isaac Howard is available. Isaac Howard is still available. He's still the guy that I'd be interested in. Like I said, nothing jumps off the page when you look at him, like at all. It's kind of like remarkable how like just average looking he is. But at the end of the day, in a draft where we were going to see in the top 50 picks, like, basically that entire U.S. national team development team taken, he led that team in points. Like that means something. Yes, some of the other guys, he played a couple more games than some of them. And that, is technically why he led the team in points. But that still means something on a team with a lot of guys that people were saying are future superstars, including Logan Cooley. He had more points. So
yeah, you don't do that without being a very good player and knowing how to play well with other good players too.
Exactly.
Sometimes knowing how to utilize your teammates can be almost as important as just having the skill yourself too. So it all a good sign, and yeah, he's still on the board. Yeah, let's see. Who else that I'm hoping might fall? Lane Hutson's interesting. He's still there. We'll see.
You just keep coming back to Lane Hutson.
I do. Well, I don't know. Of the defensemen, he's certainly the highest upside at this point. I mean, maybe Christian Kyrou is another guy there on D. But of the forwards, also Gleb Trikozov. I would like to see him. That's another one I would.
Yeah, I think Odelius has the best potential to be like he's the safest.
Oh, that's right, Odelius. I forgot about Odelius.
Yeah. Odelius is the safest defenseman. Like he's going to be on your second pairing, and like we just know that, and he's just going to do that, and he's just going to be solid, and you're just never going to think about him again, kind of thing. But he'll be there for like 12 years. So that's Odelius. I think Casey has good offensive upside if you're afraid of Hudson's size. I would go Casey. Chelsea is kind of the best like stay-at-home defenseman left as far as doing all the little things there. You could go with Chelsea, and then yeah, you got Jagger Firkus if you think he can eventually one day have enough weight to play the style that he's going to want to play. Otherwise, yeah, just go Isaac Howard. Like,
Yeah.
I think there's certainly worse you could
So
do.
let's see how many guys. Let's count it. How many guys are there that we would like? But Howard, Furcus, Odelius.
Yeah, Hudson, Kelsey, Casey, Chelsea, Casey. That's
Well, that
6.
that's enough.
That's enough.
That's 6. That's enough. Yeah, I'm just trying to count it down here because there's 1, 2,
Oh,
4 picks before
Cherkazov.
the Kraken.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. So
Cherkazov.
there's going to be someone good that on the board at least that we would feel good about at this point.
Yeah, I'm going back to because I never made like official rankings, so I'm gonna go. I still like Owen Beck. You don't need a center now, but I think someone should take Owen Beck. Let's see.
DJ Singleton, Morgan Geeky picture with Shane Wright. Think he's confirmed to return. Yeah, I saw that the Kraken posted a picture with Geeky there, who obviously there for his brother. Connor taking a picture with Shane Wright. Yeah, I think he's certainly going to return. He's an RFA, so he would have to either not be qualified or an offer sheet, which I don't see happening, in order to not be with the Kraken. So I think it's pretty likely he's back, and we should get official confirmation on that in the next few days by that deadline of the 11th.
Yeah. Just trying to see if there's anybody I'm just forgetting about. Luca Del Belbaluz. He's okay, but again,
Isaac Howard, there he goes to
bummer.
Tampa, of course.
Yeah.
Tampa making the smart pick.
Yep, they always do. Oh my gosh, he was so ready to go to Florida too. Look at that, the white like Miami Vice suit.
Oh yeah, look at that. The USA, the American flag belt buckle.
Yeah, like come on. Why were we not trading up for this guy? Guy looks like fun.
That's best outfit of the day, I think.
Yeah.
Wow, that's some serious style.
That's funny.
That's amazing.
All right, so now Kraken wise, like I feel like the defensemen are the ones really out there because all the forwards I like are center, and you just don't need that right now. And they're not like offensive upside centers. Like Owen Beck is a fantastic center, but he's like a face-off specialist, and he's gonna be like a third line guy, which maybe long term you do. You're thinking, look, competitive window with Beniers and Wright, we've got a lot of years left, so at some point we're gonna need to replace Yanni Gourde because Gord's only got 2 or 3 years left on his contract.
Yeah, I think is it 2 after this one?
So it's
he always has less term than I think he does.
Yeah, I mean, he might only have 2 years left.
He's got 3. He's got 3 including this, so it's
So you
2025.
So you could go with an Owen Beck or something and just know that you'll be fine and be able to replace Yanni Gourde one day or whatever. But I think it's looking like at this point with Howard off the board, Howard and Lambert now off the board, I'd be looking at a defenseman similar to them last year, right? Taking Riker Evans at the top of the second round. Towards the top of the second round, and if it's up to me, I probably would go Casey. Seamus Casey.
Yeah, Seamus Casey. I know he's number 1 on this best available thing on the ESPN broadcast.
Yeah, I like Odelius more, but if you're gonna go for like the offensive upside, I'd rather go with Casey than Hudson personally, just because I really have concerns with Hudson's size and ability to succeed at the next level. And it mostly comes down to skating. Like if he was like a speedster who could like, spin out of checks and hits and all that kind of stuff, I'd be like, yeah, go for it. Kind of like McCarr back in his draft eligible years. You look at him in the leagues and he could just outskate anybody. So size and all that stuff didn't matter. If I saw more of that from Hudson, I'd be on board with him, but without it, I just don't know.
Yeah. All right, on to the final pick of the first round as we are just about to hit the 4-hour mark.
I know. It's going a while. Oh yeah, Jagger Furcus. I would be totally fine with that. I think that would be a great pick for the Kraken too.
Yeah, no, I would be happy with that. The lack of Jagger Furcus discussion is harming me.
I'm personally wounded.
Oh my gosh.
At least you haven't maybe talk about the goaltenders.
Yep, there you go. Yeah, Dylan hasn't talked about the goaltenders at all. So None have been selected. I think that's Dylan's fault.
Probably.
If he had just talked about them a
I
little bit.
I exercised my influence with all the NHL general managers, not to make Shane Wright fall to us at 4, but to
That was a
ensure
coincidence.
that no goaltender was going to be taken in the first round. No. Happy for you, Sergeant Pickles, that you made that last ferry. That's talk about things that'll get the heart pumping. You're racing for those ferries. I've been in those situations sometimes up in Seattle. Let's see, where was the other one from Sergeant Pickles? What player do you think would have been a Calder winner if drafted to a different team? Like, just from this last year or in general? Because that's like going to be a good like Augusty type video to do. I've already been like making a list of good like August dead time stuff for us to videos for us to talk about, RJ.
I know, definitely that could be a fun exercise there. After a different team.
Sandpipes.
Logan Couture if he went to a team in Canada.
Probably, yeah, you're right there. Sandpipes, would you be fine with picking 2 D-men with the top 2 picks in the second round for the Kraken? Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's really every draft for me, it's best available.
And certainly here, when you only have, 7 draft pick or 8 draft picks in your team's history.
Yeah.
Just take best available. Don't worry about the positions.
Yeah. Yeah, Striatic. I can forgive the lack of goalie talk. We got freaking Shane Wright. There we go. Greg, you want a goalie late seconds? Sorry, I missed a comment. No, I talked about this on the deep dive draft preview. I do want the Kraken to take one of the goaltenders in the second round. Use not at 35, but use one of the other ones. And I'd want them to be the first team to take a goalie too, so that they can have their pick between the 2 different styles, whichever one they prefer more.
Yeah, and at pick 49 with the Nashville pick, you should be able to do that.
Yep.
It depends if some team is really gonna go earlier there, but between, I believe it's Leinonen and who's the Canadian?
Brennan. There's like extra ends in there.
There really?
Right, isn't there? It's Brennan. Brennan.
Oh, is this Brennan? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Like I said, there's like extra in there. Because I ran into that too. Everybody was kind enough to point it out in the comment section of the pod.
It's just Tyler Brennan.
Okay, it is.
All right. But one of those 2 guys is probably who they should go for if they're picking at that spot. All right, Oilers about to make the pick.
Oilers go with.
If you had told him after the second round they'd be picking 32nd overall. And they select Reed Schaefer. Hey,
all
nice.
Right.
Seattle Thunderbird. Good for him going in the first round. That is awesome to see.
Yeah. Didn't expect
that.
Good
for him.
Hey, you got to see him more than me, RJ. What do you think?
He's definitely got the size. The counting stats are pretty good. In the games that I went to, he didn't stand out a whole lot to me as kind of having that game-breaking ability. And I'm generally wary of guys with this kind of size who go late in the first, especially if they're playing in North America and lots of people are seeing them. There's definitely kind of the toolbox there. You're seeing the highlights of him. He's got a pretty good shot. I think the skating and the speed needs to be worked on a little bit. Because he's beating a lot of these guys wide, and I just don't know that he's going to be able to do that at the NHL level, but it's something he can work on for sure.
Yeah, I mean, he really improved over the course of the season. You know what I mean? Like that's one of the things that stands out, and then the playoff run and everything there. Like he kind of has that ability to play when it matters, a lot, kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, there's 2 things that scare me. One, him being taken, like you said, kind of. Anybody with size taken late in the first round, you never know. And the other thing is the fact that the Oilers are taking him.
That's true. Yeah, combined with that, I could just see it being one of those Oilers picks.
Yeah,
doesn't work well.
That's one of the things that always scares me. Just about anything. But otherwise, I think it's a good pick for them. I guess it's not something that they have a lot of. Like, I just worry, like, are they just gonna like turn him into the next Puljujarvi, where he could be? I could see him totally becoming this analytics darling, but he's not doing whatever eye test thing the Edmonton media decides they want him to be doing. Like, oh, you're
Yeah.
not scoring 50 goals while playing with Connor McDavid. There's obviously something wrong with you. It's like,
Hmm.
you know what I mean? Like, I don't understand how Edmonton has that weird problem. Like, did they not pay attention to Sidney Crosby playing with, Pascal Dupuis and Chris Kunitz forever? Like, because it's just
Well, you
hard to
know what?
play with guys like that.
Watching Schaefer's game, I kind of think the Oilers may have had Evander Kane in mind, just as far as
Okay.
kind of the north south with the size, that kind of power forward type game. There's a little differences in how Schaefer plays, but I think it fits that general template.
Yeah.
And that maybe that's the kind of thing they're thinking. They saw how successful Evander Kane was playing with Connor McDavid, and now they're going to go and try and get someone in that style that they think maybe can work with him.
Yeah. No, it's a good point. And even Stradic's okay with it. So that's encouraging.
That's saying something.
Yeah. Let's see here.
You
Go
got to
for it.
cover the Isaac Howard quote.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I was just gonna get to this. So Isaac, I'm the best looking guy here, so I figured I'd be the best dressed as well. Look, there's a reason I mocked him to Dallas.
Yep. Awesome.
Absolutely
That
love it.
confidence. Gotta love it. There it is.
Yeah. Sergeant Pickle's gut feeling. Do you think the Kraken use all day 2 picks? I think very unlikely. I don't know. I think the fact that they weren't really involved in any of the trades today, I think it's entirely possible that they're just going to keep all 4 of them tomorrow.
Agreed. And you heard Ron Francis say around the trade deadline that he kind of hopes he doesn't use all those picks, but he's really kind of walked back that talk since, especially, when we talked to him a couple days ago, he talked about the importance of having all 12 picks and really being able to lay the foundation for your prospect pool. So I don't think he's going to force anything. I think he'll make those picks if no one gives him a good offer.
Yeah, I just think it's gonna be hard to move those picks now. Like it's one of those things of, if you really like somebody and they're available, you might. I don't even know that you would package 2 of them together to move up at this point. Like you'd package a 4th or a 5th to move up in the second round. You know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
so I think just given the fact that, yeah, there was no movement on the like NHL player trade front, and then no trading into the back end of this first round, I think they're probably gonna keep them all.
Yep. I would agree.
Only 4 hours. Sheesh. Great job today. I went back to watch your reaction to Shane Wright. Wow, you guys are not excited or anything. I do think it's a great pick. It's from Jeremiah. How's it going? Let's see.
As if we were at the 32 Bar and Grill.
I know. Scott Burnside's tweet about Shane Wright and the stare of death he gives the Montreal table is incredible. Check it out after the show. I know people have been telling us. We can't wait to see it.
I have to check that out.
Looks like DJ Singleton on the left. Thanks for hanging in there with us. Makes me think Howard was above Schaefer on their board. Alex putting.
Oh yeah.
To Tampa, I guess. There, yeah. Will free agency determine if any of last year's picks make the roster? That's from Sergeant Pickles. Potentially, like if they want to add another defenseman, that could be the spot that's there for Riker Evans.
Exactly, and they could kind of envision him just starting in the AHL. It might be better for his development.
Yeah.
And that could be the plan.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I think particularly on defense, forwards, I don't know that Winterton's. They probably plan to have him to spend another year in junior. So I don't know. It's going to make a big difference.
I was gonna say you want him to get that experience, especially with McTavish not going to be in his way. Like he can really like lead that team. That, and to be honest, the free agency didn't like kind of block his path. Shane Wright's now blocking his path. That's
it's true.
That's the bigger problem he's gonna have to deal with. That being said, we'll talk about it tomorrow when we record, RJ. But maybe there's a chance Winterton moves out to the wing and plays with one. Could be. Maybe.
It's possible.
Who knows? Jagger at 35. Dylan, say it won't happen. I need good energy.
RJ, say it won't happen.
But then correcting the RJ, I was gonna say
no chance. It would be a paper tiger of a pick. There's no way that Jagger Firkus goes to 35. I won't believe it.
Yeah. Well, we will see for sure. And then Sergeant Pickles, I would say that helps Coachella, but isn't that a year or two out for these guys? Not for Riker Evans, because he was an overager when they drafted him. So he's aged out into the AHL. That's the only one.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, there's good options. We talked about the defensemen, and you're gonna have your choice between 4 really good defensemen. Obviously, you're only 3 picks into this next round, so one of them's going to be there, and then you still have forwards. You still got Furcus, you still got Trakazov, so it's going to be... Kraken are going to have their choice of some really good players and players that are going to be really good prospects for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to it, and we'll be ready bright and early tomorrow, ready to cover it, and, follow us on all the social media. We'll have the updates for you.
Yeah, we'll both be on the Discord again. For anybody who didn't hear that earlier, Discord link in the description below. We'll be active on there with everybody, and then obviously Twitter and Instagram, all that kind of stuff. We'll be around, and then like I said a couple times throughout, we'll be recording kind of our draft recap and free agency preview tomorrow after the draft is completed, and then we'll release it either late tomorrow night or early on Saturday. Can't do it over the weekend because I will be driving up there, so don't want to do that one from the car through all the spotty reception of the Central Valley of California.
No, definitely not, but so glad you're coming up. It's going to be a really fun week ahead.
Yeah, for sure. So all right, yes, I think that's a good idea there, Mom. We'll do one last round of fireworks and confetti for Shane Wright, because that still freaking happened, everybody. Like, get pumped.
Shane Wright is a Seattle Kraken.
Yeah, there we go. Get rid of that so we get all the confetti and fireworks. That was still the best outcome that we could have ever hoped for today. And at the end of the day, that's all that matters. We got the perfect fit. Everything's amazing. We're all walking on sunshine. And with that, I think we could say, see y'all later.